Finds the gap, and that'll do it for Amy Jones. Back-to-back hundreds. Is it a chance? No, it's all the way. And another one-day international 100 for Tammy Beaumont. England take the second one-day international here in Leicestershire. 143-run win. Finds the gap, and that'll do it for Amy Jones. Back-to-back hundreds. Is it a chance? No, it's all the way. And another one-day international 100 for Tammy Beaumont. England take the second one-day international here in Leicestershire. 143-run win.
Claude, it's been a busy time of the year for you, so how big are those 4 editions that we've had signed and sealed over the past week or so?
Oh, it's great news for the club. The team's done well this year. We're pushing for promotion. That will be amazing news, and it's also very important that we keep building and strengthening our squad, looking at the future.
So talk us through that process, when the groundwork kind of starts for these signings and how those conversations transpire.
Yeah, look, you first try and work out what you need. Those discussions, it's not just myself, it's coaches, analysts, and we make a call on what do we think the future looks like and what's best for Leicestershire County Cricket Club. And then you deal with agents, and you start conversations and make contact and see who's available, and then you look at those names. And the names we've signed, we've looked at their history, we've looked at the characters, we've looked at their performances on the pitch, and it fits the bill for where we're going.
We'll start with Ben Green as one of those signings. He's been an integral part of the 4-day stuff in the past year or two. So how big a signing is to have him for all formats?
Oh, it's fantastic. He's loved playing for Leicestershire. He's fitted in so well in the dressing room, and he's a very popular player already. at Leicestershire, and it's great news that he's going to be with us for the next 2 years, covering all formats.
And obviously, we've seen him in red ball cricket. We know how formidable he can be in that arena, but also in white ball cricket, his record is fantastic. I think he's helped Somerset to 4 consecutive finals days. He's won both limited overs trophies with them. So a player that can add something in every format.
Yeah, I'm surprised he's not in the 100. He's a match winner with the bat and the ball. Hopefully Leicestershire gives him that platform to show what he's really worth and deliver in T20 cricket, and if not in 100, play for us in the 50 over comp.
Another familiar face is Josh Davey. Obviously had 1 game with us in that 2023 season, a very experienced campaigner. What will he add to the group?
A lot of experience, as you said. You know, his real skills really white ball cricket, which he hasn't played much for Somerset, and we know what he can do with the red ball. But again, great character, very hungry to deliver. His career actually started quite late. We look at his age and we go, oh, fast bowler, but he's still a young bowler if you don't look at the age, but the amount of cricket he's played. So good addition to the squad. Good bloke, comes with good skill, bat and ball, and really exciting.
And Johnny Tattersall, a promotion-winning captain with Yorkshire. What excited you about his abilities?
Just his character again. Johnny, you know, of course he's a backup keeper for us, but he will come in as a top order batsman or middle order batsman. He's shown he can do that in all formats. Good character, really hungry to do well, and he wanted that opportunity, and that really stuck out for me was the eagerness to come and prove what he's really worth, and Leicester's given him that opportunity.
And last but by no means least, Stevie Eskenazi, a man approaching 10,000 career runs across formats. How big a coup is that for the club?
Great again, experienced batsman. He's going to compete to get in that top middle order in 4-day cricket, and again white ball cricket he's done really well, and good bloke. He was a leader at Middlesex as well, and I really see him fit into our changing well.
And that seems to be a trend, across the editions, the leadership theme. We've seen Green have experience with Somerset in white ball cricket, as I mentioned, Johnny Tattersall with Yorkshire to promotion, and as you mentioned just there, Stevie Eskenazi with Middlesex. Was that an intentional prerequisite?
I think it's a bonus. It wasn't intentional, but it is a bonus to have leaders in the changing room. It shows their maturity, their cricket knowledge, their understanding, working with players around them and staff. So it's a big plus.
And they all obviously come in at an exciting time of the season. 3 out of the 4 of those in Tattersall, Eskenazi and Green will be joining us on loan. So how big will that be for September?
No, brilliant. It's an opportunity for us to bring him into the club, get familiar with the players, the staff and the club, and really important and great time for us. September, exciting time. Probably the biggest month this club's seen for over 20 years, so hopefully it goes well, and we just try and add value and make it worth our while.
Just finally, I know the phone never stops for you, so how will those conversations continue now with additions maybe overseas, and how will that look for next year?
Yeah, look, we're still indecisive on what we want to do with the overseas scenarios, and this time of the year individuals do pop up and names do pop up, and you've got to look at it, and obviously I'm running a tight budget, but at the end you've got to do what's best for Leicestershire County Cricket Club, so it's exciting times.
You're going to be called up. I'll be alright. I'm worried about my sons. I trust you do the patriotic thing. It's not funny, is it? It is not funny. Johnson's like journalist. Why is it technical?
What's he done now?
Johnson? Oh, he's basically, he spent most of his last year as PM setting up deals for himself and his companies, and he's now using his sort of 150, 120 grand a year he gets for sort of post PM whatever duties bullshit to sort of continue to, you know, nothing to do with his duties for the country, just to enrich himself essentially. It's just utterly corrupt, basically. UK contractless payments could go above £100 or even become unlimited. Is this the Guardian I'm reading from? Is genital anxiety behind the rapid rise of whole body deodorants?
What? Sorry,
I won't even open that. That won't look good on the surface. Genital anxiety.
What on earth is that? I'm sorry.
A Guardian feature.
I can't think of use it.
The big stink. Yeah.
Just deodorising the complex, but now a huge number of products are aimed at our most intimate area.
I missed this one.
Never.
Thankfully.
Heard of or the problem is now you know about it, you start to get anxious yourself. Is this something that other people are doing? Should we doing this? Earlier this year, the Sure launched a product that used tatars, trotters, and marble. Started at Lord.
Really? It's less likely that there'd be a setup game. sorry to wish I hadn't mentioned this, mate.
It's the most disturbing advert I've ever seen. I don't understand how they're allowed to get away with that.
Again, I think that one's missing me too.
Jeez, it just seems at all times.
Where's my word? So early lunch. It would be a very early lunch.
I mean,
Finds the gap, and that'll do it for Amy Jones. Back-to-back hundreds. Is it a chance? No, it's all the way. And another one-day international 100 for Tammy Beaumont. England take the second one-day international here in Leicestershire. 143-run win. Finds the gap, and that'll do it for Amy Jones. Back-to-back hundreds. Is it a chance? No, it's all the way. And another one-day international 100 for Tammy Beaumont. England take the second one-day international here in Leicestershire. 143-run win.
watching with somebody, and they were basically just telling him exactly what was going to happen in the match. Pakistan got off to a flying start with the bat, because the openers aren't swayable, essentially, and then there'll be a horrific middle order collapse. You know, all these little things.
Yeah, it's something to do with the way it fits into the
Okay. It's just
thing. It's not.
No. So I do remember. I saw that at Derby 2 seasons. Yeah, 2 seasons ago. I'm unhealthy and I'm rescued.
They've got proper motorised equipment. They bought the one from. Is it Leeds? Or was it Edgeworth? No, the big motorised.
What, the hover cover? Yes. Yes, that's right. I can't remember.
Hello everybody. Obviously no player is possible just at the moment. The umpires have inspected and they say that if there is no more rain, then we should be able to start in 1 hour's time. That's at 11:40. That is of course assuming there is no more rain. So we're looking at an 11:40 start, everybody. Lunch will still be taken at 12:30. Provisionally, tea will be taken at 3:25. And we can play through until 6. So that's the plan at the moment, everybody. 11:40 start, 12:30 lunch, 3:25 tea, and playing through till 6. Just on the off chance that somebody doesn't know these things, the cafe bar on the first floor, the meat is open as we speak. The box bar in the main pavilion block is open, so there's one cold drinks.
We're going to be 15 minutes.
And there will be 2 sittings in the Charles Palmer suite, one at 12:30, one at 1:15. If you'd like to make a reservation, just pop in and speak to a member of staff. Thank you.
covers before the covers have even been removed.
Just a quick check with the ground stuff.
Two comments. We can still have a championship in September if they work for that.
Well, yeah. Who will be next year?
Pete, you've extended your deal into next year. It's obviously been in the works for a while, but what made you commit your future to Leicestershire?
Yeah, it's a pleasure to be able to come back to Leicestershire next year. I think what I've enjoyed most about Leicestershire is the club aspect, the team aspect, and it's more than just what is happening on the field. There seems to be a genuine love and concern for your family, you as a person, and just being good people and being a good squad. So it is something that I really want to be a part of, and something I'd like to keep going for as long as possible, because both myself and my family are really enjoying our time here at Leicestershire.
Unfortunately, your stint this year is over as you head back to Melbourne, but with promotion in touching distance, I'm sure you'll be watching on from home.
I'll definitely be watching the games from home. With the jet lag kicking in, I'll be making sure that I'm tuning in. But on the season so far, the boys have played beautiful cricket, and we've been judging ourselves on our processes and not necessarily the results. So put our results to the side. Had we won or lost or drawn, I think what's been really pleasing throughout this year is that we've committed to the way we've wanted to play. It has been entertaining cricket, but it's been relentless and ruthless, and that's kind of something we really wanted to try and do this year.
And it would be a special way, wouldn't it, to round off the season for all that hard work if the team can get over the line and you can come back as a Division 1 player?
Absolutely, to come back as a Division 1 player and a Division 1 team and club would be something pretty special. Obviously, there's still a little bit of work to do with the final 3 games coming up, but the boys are in a really good place. And sort of like I've said already, it's just we'll be judging ourselves off what we do in terms of our processes, and hopefully then that the results take care of themselves.
You're 3 years into your stay now, I think, after what started as sort of a 5 or 6 game stint. You're very much part of the fabric here. Has Leicestershire got that feeling of home now for you?
Yeah, it's been the longest 6-week contract I've ever had. But it's been amazing to be part of Leicester. And each time I come back, and each time my family comes back with me, we start to find our homely things that we want to be a part of, and we're immersing ourselves in Leicestershire off the field as well, and little Jack's growing up around here, and we're finding some pretty amazing things to do, and massive thanks have got to go to the club for allowing us to have this opportunity and to be able to play for Leicestershire and represent the Fox the way that I have. It's been a special time in my career.
You've witnessed a remarkable rise in the competitiveness of the side over that 3 years, across formats. What do you put that down to?
I don't think you can put that down to just one thing. I don't think a club just gets better or a team just gets better because of one thing. I think there's been multiple changes that have helped the club. Obviously, off-field stuff in terms of what Sean Jarvis has done for the club has been great, allowing us to just, us being the players, to just focus on the cricket. Obviously, Alfonso and James Taylor have come in and steered the team and the squad in the direction they want to go. Claude Henderson has been incredible at running the cricket side of things and getting the squad and the people in the squad that he feels and the club feels can take us in this direction that we want to go. So you put all that together, and then the players start believing in themselves, and we start putting performances on the board, and then all of a sudden that snowball effect starts to take on, and the confidence I think in the squad has been pretty special this year.
And if you look at your averages, I think across first class and list A cricket, both above 50. So what's got the best out of you here?
I think what I've loved most about Leicestershire is that it's really allowed me to just enjoy my cricket on the field by taking away a lot of the stresses off the field. There's been the club has been amazing at looking after my wife, looking after my family, helping us off the fields, which allows me to turn up and just play cricket. That's one aspect that's helped me play better. The training facilities here are arguably the best that I've had in my county stints throughout my career. So being able to actually work and train in an environment where you can figure out new things and how you want to bat, and you can actually tell whether it works or not because the wickets are good and the training block's good, and the coaches are facilitating what we need. That helps massively, and then also to the coaching staff, the facilitation I think has been incredible between getting what I need, but also allowing me to have time off when I need it to reset and let my brain calm down a little bit and let the body relax, and then get back into cricket.
You arguably need that rest for your brain as well, because you've taken on the captaincy in 2 formats this year. It's a very familiar responsibility to you, but how enjoyable has it been to skipper this side?
It's been very, very enjoyable to lead these boys, but I've been very lucky. I obviously taken the reins after Healy for a couple of years, and I think what Healy started to build was something pretty special off the back of the One Day Cup win as well. He started galvanising this group and getting it stronger and getting them to believe in themselves, and then I've been able to come in this year and sort of just work on top of that. But this group's getting to a stage now where they're running themselves, they're captaining themselves, they know what they want to bowl, they know what fielding positions they want. So it makes it a lot easier when the group and the squad starts to really understand their own game.
And looking ahead to next year, we've had a quartet of new recruits so far, and we've got the young guns of Rayan Ahmed, Josh Hull, now Alex Green as well in that mix. So how exciting is the blend of youth and experience that's coming together in this squad?
No, really excited for the squad next year, and this goes back to Claude again for doing this hard work off the field to be able to get us a squad where we do have these young, youthful players, exciting cricketers. The sky's the limit, and they're already playing for or have played for England, and then the experience that's also coming into the side, but the experience within the Leicestershire squad as well is just growing each year. So it seems like everything's trending and tracking in a nice direction, and hopefully next year is just another chance to build on all the good work we've done this year.
And just finally, I'm sure this extension will come as very welcome news to the fans, always flying the flag for the team and for yourself as well. What's your message to them?
The fans are incredible. I reckon we've got one of the best fan bunch in the county competition. They're happy to travel to all corners of the UK to come and watch us, which I think is incredible. But more the positivity. Every time we talk to them, they come up. No matter what's happened in the game, the positivity from our fans is something that's pretty special.
It's time. We haven't lost much play. It's all good news for Leicestershire. They need just 8 points from this game to be assured of promotion, if, that is, the game between Middlesex and Derbyshire is also drawn. Another hour or two today should give the Foxes another couple of batting bonus points, so it's all looking positive as far as the Foxes' chances of promotion or securing promotion in this game are concerned. But a couple of hours play today will be just enough to put them further on their way.
Look at the puddles.
Gloucester have to be out there warming up in 5 minutes for us to start to the low 40s and finish in New half an hour before we start. Yeah, they come.
Finds the gap, and that'll do it for Amy Jones. Back-to-back hundreds. Is it a chance? No, it's all the way. And another one-day international 100 for Tammy Beaumont. England take the second one-day international here in Leicestershire. 143-run win. Finds the gap, and that'll do it for Amy Jones. Back-to-back hundreds. Is it a chance? No, it's all the way. And another one-day international 100 for Tammy Beaumont. England take the second one-day international here in Leicestershire. 143-run win.
Yes,
Too
in their,
19.
yeah, in their, he's retired, but I guess in their defence they actually need to win that one and not.
Okay, boys, let's just come together. So we're lucky. Yeah, all together. Lovely.
However,
Okay, backwards.
it's still a lovely dismissal. And now it's raining.
Guys, forwards again, boys, forwards again. Shuffle back, shuffle back, shuffle back. Okay, guys, side boys, just left and right, change up. Okay, boys, just on the spot, your 10 photos on the spot. When you've done your 10, we'll then take that into a BCF form. Okay, so BCF up to the top. Lovely, nice, good, everyone, okay, nice, just punchy high knees and then just to run through, acceleration through. Punch, 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 punch. Right. Walk back down the hill, boys, walk back down the hill. Okay, one more, boys, then we can go into your individual skills. So punchy, 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 and then off you go. Run, 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 run. Do it.
Claude, it's been a busy time of the year for you, so how big are those 4 additions that we've had signed and sealed over the past week or so?
Oh, it's great news for the club. The team's done well this year. We're pushing for promotion. That will be amazing news, and it's also very important that we keep building and strengthening our squad, looking at the future.
So talk us through that process, when the groundwork kind of starts for these signings and how those conversations transpire.
Yeah, look, you first try and work out what you need. Those discussions, it's not just myself, it's coaches, analysts, and we make a call on what do we think the future looks like and what's best for Leicestershire County Cricket Club. And then you deal with agents, and you start conversations and make contact and see who's available, and then you look at those names. And the names we've signed, we've looked at their history, we've looked at the characters, we've looked at their performances on the pitch, and it fits the bill for where we're going.
We'll start with Ben Green as one of those signings. He's been an integral part of the 4-day stuff in the past year or two. So how big a signing is to have him for all formats?
Oh, it's fantastic. He's loved playing for Leicestershire. He's fitted in so well in the dressing room, and he's a very popular player already at Leicestershire, and it's great news that he's going to be with us for the next 2 years, covering all formats.
And obviously we've seen him in red ball cricket. We know how formidable he can be in that arena, but also in white ball cricket his record is fantastic. I think he's helped Somerset to 4 consecutive finals days. He's won both limited overs trophies with them, so a player that can add something in every format. Yeah,
I'm surprised he's not in the 100. He's a match winner with the bat and the ball. Hopefully Leicestershire gives him that platform to show what he's really worth and deliver in T20 cricket, and if not in 100, play for us in the 50 over comp.
Another familiar face is Josh Davey. Obviously had 1 game with us in that 2023 season, a very experienced campaigner. What will he add to the group?
A lot of experience, as you said. You know, his real skills really white ball cricket, which he hasn't played much for Somerset, and we know what he can do with the red ball. But again, great character, very hungry to deliver. His career actually started quite late. We look at his age and we go, oh, fast bowler, but he's still a young bowler if you don't look at the age, but the amount of cricket he's played. So good addition to the squad. Good bloke, comes with good skill, bat and ball, and really exciting.
And Johnny Tattersall, a promotion-winning captain with Yorkshire. What excited you about his abilities?
Just his character again. Johnny, you know, of course he's a backup keeper for us, but he will come in as a top order batsman or middle order batsman. He's shown he can do that in all formats. Good character, really hungry to do well, and he wanted that opportunity, and that really stuck out for me was the eagerness to come and prove what he's really worth, and Leicester's give him that opportunity.
And last but by no means least, Stevie Eskenazi, a man approaching 10,000 career runs across formats. How big a coup is that for the club?
Great again, experienced batsman. He's going to compete to get in that top middle order in 4-day cricket, and again white ball cricket he's done really well, and good bloke. He was a leader at Middlesex as well, and I really see him fit into our changing well.
And that seems to be a trend, across the editions, the leadership theme. We've seen Green have experience with Somerset in white ball cricket, as I mentioned, Johnny Tattersall with Yorkshire to promotion, and as you mentioned just there, Stevie Eskenazi with Middlesex. Was that an intentional prerequisite?
I think it's a bonus. It wasn't intentional, but it is a bonus to have leaders in the changing room. It shows their maturity, their cricket knowledge, their understanding, working with players around them and staff. So it's a big plus.
And they all obviously come in at an exciting time of the season. 3 out of the 4 of those in Tattersall, Eskenazi and Green will be joining us on loan. So how big will that be for September?
No, brilliant. It's an opportunity for us to bring him into the club, get familiar with the players, the staff and the club, and really important and great time for us. September, exciting time. Probably the biggest month this club's seen for over 20 years, so hopefully it goes well, and we just try and add value and make it worth our while.
Just finally, I know the phone never stops for you, so how will those conversations continue now with additions maybe overseas, and how will that look for next year?
Yeah, look, we're still indecisive on what we want to do with the overseas scenarios, and this time of the year individuals do pop up and names do pop up, and you've got to look at it, and obviously I'm running a tight budget, but at the end you've got to do what's best for Leicestershire County Cricket Club, so it's exciting times.
Gloucestershire assistant coach gets run over by blotter.
They can't seem to switch the feed up. Can you still hear it? You're off the desk. What about now? Oh, still listening. Well, we're not on Sports Extra today, unless they have no options. He said we almost certainly would be on tomorrow. going to say, do it somewhere.
It's mostly missing it, but someone's got all over the difference down there.
He could have just gone over there, couldn't he? It's all good. First, so one of the Leicestershire people is videoing it.
It's just the ground, and I think that's right when they dived right on that.
What's going over there? Look, they're sewing, look, it's a news, James.
It's hilarious. Look at it. Trying to cover them up. Cover the faces down there. That's even.
You could have actually rolled it into the bag, couldn't it, really? Just filled it up.
That's even funnier than when Gloucestershire covered the wrong pitch earlier this season.
Oh, did you manage to take a photo? Somebody down there did. Somebody in a Leicestershire cap managed to take a photo there.
Graham's cat.
Look at this.
Graham's cat was down there. Showing them the back there that's the best. That might be suggesting that somebody could use it.
And the gloves. Some of these gloves. That's unbelievable. What? It's empty. It is, yeah. It is better. It's just stupid. Just ridiculous.
She got some kitchen roll down there.
Yeah.
going to have a word again, right? So that was just idiot.
Oh, here's the lunch menu. Beef brisket with thyme rice. Barbecued beef brisket, that is, with thyme rice. Chicken cacciatora with a tomato, a red onion and pepper sauce or veg risotto. So 1 beef, 2 veg.
Well, good morning everybody. We are delighted to be able to talk to you from the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester. Delighted and slightly surprised that we are about to start play, 3 minutes away from the start. We wouldn't have guessed that was going to be the case at around about 10:30 when we were due to start. BBC Radio's Leicester, Bristol, Gloucestershire bringing you ball-by-ball commentary on the third day of this Rothesay County Championship Division 2 match between Leicestershire and Gloucestershire. Well, the ground staff who do sterling work, one of them has not covered themselves in glory here at the moment.
They've covered something else with some water, that's for sure.
With something that isn't very glorious, because the young man operating the blotter, having blotted and blotted, drove it to the boundary and decided to spray it all over where Gloucestershire keep a lot of their warm-up kit. There's a lot of mopping up going on. It was an entirely unnecessary thing to do, but an astonishingly, I'm afraid, stupid thing to do. And as a result, there's a certain amount of, well, Leicestershire have added 6 to their overnight score. There's a lot of kicking at the crease going on out there at the moment. Miles Hammond doing said kicking. It's often the way, isn't it? The ground staff sort of put in some sort of earth and almost cement mixture to fill holes, and then bowlers come out and spend the next few minutes kicking it away again because it isn't a stable surface. Well, Ollie Price just got the one over, and he decided it wasn't for him, or somebody decided bowling wasn't for him, and they're going to try a little bit of Graham Van Buren instead. He's going to be bowling to the left-hander over the wicket, so he might just have a bit of a follow-through to bowl into. Not if he's going to pitch it there, about halfway down the pitch, then it's turned rather kindly by Masood to mid-wicket. So he rather got away with that long hop. Steps in and bowls. That's a better length. Direction is still a little bit similar, a bit middle stump, middle and leg-ish, so Masood just leans forward, turns it again to mid-wicket. Van Buren bowls, better line, little bit short, back goes Masood and cuts. Should really have been stopped at backward point by... Phillips has moved in there. He's got the pads on underneath his whites. Perhaps they encumbered him a bit. He sort of fell to his left and didn't make the stop, so the sweeper had to run round from the offside boundary to field. I think we are back on the stream now. Some apologies for the slight technical gremlins that prevented you hearing or seeing anything going on for a few minutes. Leicestershire have moved on to 278. That one's outside off stump from Van Buren, and it is left by Masood. Van Buren steps in and gives that one a little bit more air. Nicely bowled, and rather did Masood in the flight. He went back, but he was able to play it comfortably enough anyway because there was no turn. Van Buren hurrying through this over, and that's the point, of course. Forward goes Masood, turns it past mid-wicket, and this time mid-on has to run round to his left of field, so an easy single for Shan Masood. He moves on to 88, 279 for 4. Stevie Eskenazi, the other not-out batsman, he's 17 not out. Fox is closing in on a second batting bonus point. They're going to squeeze in as many as they can, obviously. If, remember, Leicestershire supporters, the game between Derbyshire and Middlesex is a draw, then 8 points is all Leicestershire need to take from this game, which at the moment looks very likely also to end in a draw, and that would be enough then on that basis, let alone bonus points. But there's a lot of ifs there.
Yeah, I can tell you it is raining at Lords still. Good. Derbyshire 27 without loss in their second innings, leading by 12 runs. Also raining at Wantage Road, where Northamptonshire are 309 for 5, replying to Glamorgan's 467. Matt Taylor into Shan Masood for the first time over the wicket. He bowls, and that's on driven by Shan Masood. Quick single here, and it'll be well taken in the end, as it's Zaman Akhtar throwing off balance from mid-on. If there'd been any more level of hesitation about it, then even the off-balance throw, if it had hit, might have had been some difficulty. But again, there were a lot of ifs.
You've got to be alert if you're batting with Shan Masood, haven't you? You've just got to watch his body language.
Yeah.
The shout comes when he's well into his stride.
Because I think he can fool you, because he can look so calm and languid, and then all of a sudden he's sprinting away. There's a flick of the wrist from Eskenazi. Where did that come from? That's flashed away through mid-wicket for 4. There was some whippage, I think you would call that. 284 for 4, and Eskenazi on to 21. He'd been very restrained up until that point. He needed to be, I guess, because after having lost Hill, there was just the chance that another couple of quick wickets could have made things interesting from a Gloucestershire point of view yesterday evening. And this morning just had a bit of a look at Taylor to start with, and then no sight as this over. Perhaps Shan Masood's quick single got him moving. Adrenaline's pumping now, and he scores a heck of a lot of runs in T20, but sometimes even his T20 runs aren't as flamboyant as that was. Taylor bowls, strays down the leg side, and Eskenazi works him down to long leg. That will be just the 1 run this time. 285 for 4. Sort of filthy dark cloud to the right of us. Even more horrible looking thing to the left, and yet there's a little bit of blue sky overhead, which means the sun's just peeped out again.
I've got a feeling Eskenazi sort of has, to a certain extent, had the hurry up from the dressing room, in that they know that there's only going to be a limited number of overs today, and they want to get the points on the board if they can.
Give it a whack. Taylor into Masood, and this is defended back to the bowler. So they are playing in 4 county championship matches around the country. It was briefly only a couple, but underway here and at Canterbury. Started a bit late at Chelmsford, but they're playing there. The only place where there's been uninterrupted play this morning is New Road, Worcester. This is round the corner off the hip, flicked away by Shan Masood. It'll be 4 runs, gets it fine enough. And Taylor has been a little bit like Stumpy this over, both to the right-hander and now to the left-hander, and with that boundary Shan Masood moves into the 90s onto 93, and that brings up the 50 partnership between Masood and Eskinazi. And it has been an important one from a Leicestershire point of view, because they are now under 200 runs behind, but as I said, there was a little bit of jeopardy on that late session yesterday, even with the rain forecast for today. Taylor in and bowls, and that's much more like the kind of delivery that he has been producing in this innings, boring in on middle and off, but the defensive shot keeps it out. So 289 for 4 at the end of that over. 7 overs to go until the second new ball's available.
11 runs until a second batting bonus point.
Still not exactly hurrying between these overs, are there? And despite the fact that you've got spin at one end, it has never felt particularly quick, because they've bowled actually a decent proportion of overs of spin. Still hasn't helped.
And Buren is in around the wicket to the right-handed Eskinazi, who leans forward, gets to the pitch of the ball, just turns it neatly in towards square leg, and takes a comfortable single. He moves on to 23, to 90 before wind gets up a bit under the dark cloud. It is now coming over the ground again. I suppose that's the only hope, really, that it whisks it across. Van Buren is in over the wicket to the left-handed Masood, who is carefully forward, pushing it out into the offside. Fielder out there is Ollie Price, with a large rag hanging out of the back of his trousers, a drying rag. Van Buren is in, outside off stump left by Masood. Doesn't turn, goes through quite low to Bracey. Masood, who passed 12,000 first-class runs quite early in his innings yesterday, goes back and leaves that one again from Van Buren, about a foot outside off stump, and it doesn't turn at all. There doesn't look to be too much in terms of footholds for Van Buren to bowl into. He gives that one a bit more air. It's a little bit straighter as well, and it's pushed with a slightly closed face of the bat by Masood, again almost on the move, slightly wide of mid-wicket, straightish out towards mid-on, and the single is taken. Round the wicket goes Van Buren, forward goes Eskinazi, back up the pitch goes the ball. 291 for 4 at the end of the 74th over then, partnership 53. Masood on strike, will have 94. What's exercising umpire Adnan at the moment is pointing across towards the large damp patch, which is still down there, where that extraordinary episode just, well, he wasn't thinking, was he? Just
I've no idea what was going on.
Astonishing.
Yeah, you could still see it. It's a much darker patch.
Nikesh Hazarad, we'll have to explain to him what happened, but it was genuinely amazing. When he comes on commentary, we'll explain. That.
It's one of the funniest things. I'm sorry, I probably shouldn't say funny, but Taylor bowls and it's on driven by Shan Masood to mid-on. Actually, she probably should have done that just in case he pulled it for 6.
But then he kind of realised and pointed the stream away into the wind, and it all blew back on him, didn't it? It was
to him and not to the pitch.
Which he thoroughly deserved in the circumstances.
Gloucestershire coaching staff and Graham Van Buren, who'd be doing some bowling, are just staring off in amazement, really, after after the blotter. Clipped away firmly by Shan Masood through mid-wicket, and that may go for 4. There's going to be a dive, and it won't go for 4. Joe Phillips has created a bit of a damper patch there, or just a darker patch I should say, himself with that dive, but he saved 2 runs, and 96 to Shan Masood, 293 for 4. Now it definitely should be you, Richard.
Shan, how many centuries has he scored? Over those 12,000 plus first class runs, an awful lot of them. Ed is going to find out for us. What number will this be?
30.
30, 3-0.
B.
In goes Taylor and bowls to him. It was a little bit high for me, and it was a decent delivery. It was sharp and it came back, bounced a little bit on Masood, who'd stayed on the back foot, hit him on the pad, but again, as I say, a little bit high. Let's have a look at the, yeah, now possibly outside the line as well. So this would be his, he's got 30, or this would be his 30th?
Would be 30.
Would be number 30, potentially. But having seen what happened to Paul Lewis Hill yesterday, he'll know not to count his chickens. Ooh. Taylor is in and bowls. Masood is forward, pushing it firmly with that now becoming familiar, sort of slightly closed back face out towards mid-on.
I don't think he's going to be itching too much.
No, he's been here 29 times before. Plus, obviously, all the centuries he's scored were against a white ball. How many of those there are?
16 list 800s and 1 T20 100.
Wow. Taylor bowls. Forward goes Masood. Defensive shot almost on the walk, pushing it out to extra cover, and there's no run.
It's quite light, I think. The rain is blowing across the ground. Actually, what looked like a hideous dark cloud might, as you say, just blow through, and they might be able to ride it out.
Taylor up on his toes, runs in, bowls a bouncer, good one. A little bit short, true, and Masood had all the time in the world just to sort of lean to one side, but showing good aggressive intent. There, Matt Taylor, 17 overs. He certainly has been the pick of the Gloucestershire attack. Oh, update coming for BBC Radio Leicester. Fitted in between overs, hopefully. Masood on to 96, Eskenazi 23. Well, the experiment, if that's what it was, with spin is over, and we're going back to pace from both ends, or seam from both ends. Salman Akhtar's taking over from Graham Van Buren, and here's the update. Good morning. They've added 23 to those 270 runs without further loss. Shan Masood is drawing in on what would be his first championship century for the county. Steve Eskenazi, another championship debutant. He's been signed on a 3-year deal from Middlesex, and he's on loan until the end of the season. He's finding his way in a Leicestershire shirt. He's 23 not out. 24 not out now. 294 for 4 is the score. And 6 more runs will bring Leicestershire another batting bonus point, give them 4 bonus points for the game, and it is still very possible that they will be promoted by the end of this game, depending on results elsewhere. But at the moment they're going nicely. 294 for 4. In goes Zaman from round the wicket. He's turned off his hip by Shan Masood, but there is a long leg in front of the meat down there, so it will be just the single for, tend to refer to him as the former Pakistan captain. You never quite know whether he still will be at one again, but
yes, with the way of any international side, with the way that things chop and change, I dare say, with Pakistan, yeah.
At the moment, he's a former international captain. In goes the man and bowls to Eskenazi, who defends, pushing the ball up the pitch on the onside. Comment from Brunty, who I mentioned about that little sort of odd episode with the blotter, well, and the emptying thereof. He's convinced the chap on the blotter must be a Somerset fan.
Oh dear. I can't seem to get that image out of my head.
No. Oh, I should have got some pictures of it. In he goes, Akhtar, and bowls. A little bit short of a length. It's straightish though on off stump. Eskenazi up on his toes, pushing it out towards extra cover. Rehearses the push. I'm getting to. It's going to be fun watching Steve Eskenazi, I think, bat for Leicestershire. Well, hopefully because he's going to score lots of runs, but also because of his little ticks and movements at the crease, especially after he's played the ball. It's. Seems to have quite a repertoire.
He's done that thing with the bail again as Hassan Adnan, marking out the crease line again.
Akhtar is in, and Eskenazi is playing him off his hip. He's just bowling a bit short at the moment. He's going to get two out to deep backward square. Should be sort of you commentating now, but it's quite difficult when we're sort of swapping between the two. I don't mind. You crack on from that end.
Whatever. It's that sort of Chandapal of umpiring. Hassan Adnan, who used to mark his guard with the bail, bringing it into the pitch. Akhtar to Eskenazi. Oh, that's a very short delivery, and well, Paul Baldwin's going to let him get away with it. It was ducked by Eskenazi, but I'm not sure that he would really have had to. And it balloons through behind the stumps, so 297 for 4. 4 overs to go until the second new ball, and it doesn't really seem to be many signs of Gloucestershire being particularly bothered about this over rate, because I'm not sure it's getting it any better. -3, and they are going to bring Graham Van Buren back on, but
By the time he comes on, they've used up all the time.
There does seem to have been a sense of que sera about the over rate.
Yes. They've seen the weather forecast. They know that the game is probably going to end in a draw, and on that basis, that would end any sort of outside chance of a late promotion push, wouldn't it, essentially? So Masood on 97 is on strike to Van Buren, who steps in from the pavilion end and bowls outside off stump, cut away, and that could be the runs. No, there is a sweeper on the offside boundary who will run up the rope. Oh, that Price out there and keep Charlesworth, I beg his pardon, and keep it 2-2. So Masood on to 99, but he does obviously keep the strike. 299 for 4. So. Well, this could be good. He could bring up both his century and another batting bonus point with the same shot. In goes Van Buren, bowls to him. He's forward, pushing to mid-on. Takes a step or two down the wicket. Eskenazi, watching carefully, does respond, but then quickly gets back into his crease because there's no call from Masood. Van Buren is in and bowls, tosses it up. Nicely bowled, nice flight, and Masood has to defend, goes forward, inside part of the bat, pushes it out towards, well, a very silly mid-wicket, who is quite short in there, in terms of being close to the bat, does just walk in and pick it up. In goes Van Buren and bowls, reaching for that one a little bit is Masood, pushing it back down the wicket to Graham Van Buren, who's keeping him honest. 2 balls to go in the over. He's not giving him this run. Steps in and bowls. Back goes Masood, and he has got that one out into the gap, and that is the century. You heard the cheer from the Leicestershire balcony. Shan Masood moves to 100 off 150 deliveries, and he brings up the Leicestershire 300 in the process. Spoke yesterday, Ed, about what an important role he could play today, justify his sort of being brought into the side, and he's done that. In fairness to him, he's batted really nicely. Leicestershire in a spot of bother when he came in. They're not really now. 300 for 4. And Van Buren is into Eskenazi, who defends to finish the over. Partnership 62, Eskenazi 26, Shan Masood 100.
Yeah, fine innings, and I think we've used the word elegant quite a few times throughout it, and it is always elegant. There's style and stroke play, and as you say, he had the opportunity to make his real mark on this game and on Leicestershire's promotion bid, and that's exactly what he's continuing to do. I'm sure, well, individual milestones aside, he'll be quite pleased, I would imagine, also to have seen another point go up on the board in the process. Zaman Akhtar bowling to him round the wicket, and he drives and it closes the bat face on it and goes out to mid-wicket for no run. It seems to be a day for spraying things about, because it is I think completely inadvertently Zaman Akhtar kicking the pile of sawdust into oblivion at the far end before that delivery. It's getting a little bit of own back on the ground staff, who, as we said, worked so hard to get us out there. As Masood repeats the dose there, he looks as if he's about to step into a cover drive, and then the ball goes out to mid-wicket. Anyway, along the ground. But Akhtar has sprayed the sawdust a bit there, so they'll have to mop that up at some point.
Just to welcome listeners to Sports Extra 3. It's all happening here at the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road. We'll bring you up to date.
Akhtar bounds in, bowls, and that's a good delivery, which Masood, I think, inside edges onto his pad down fine on the offside. They come through for a single, and yeah, indeed, there was some bat involved, so he takes his 101st run, 301 for 4. Yes, we were slightly surprised, pleasantly surprised, that we've got underway here at 20 to 12, just over half an hour's play here. We did think it was an ambitious task. The ground staff has set themselves to try and clear the ground up in that time. Eskenazi forward to defend, but they got it done. It was just the incident that happened with about 5 minutes to go before the start, the very last bit of blotting that had been done off the final run-up cover. The blotter made its way over right down below our commentary position, where Gloucestershire have got their warm-up kit and bats and gloves and a cap and all that. Akhtar bowls, shouldering arms, Eskenazi, and despite having
plus all
the largest,
yes,
that's true, yeah, yes, that sort of equipment. Despite having the largest playing area in the country at their disposal, with anywhere that they could have sprayed the remaining water, they decided to choose the very area where Gloucestershire's kit was. Hose went chucking the water over it. As Akhtar is in now, bowls driven in the air for a little bit by Eskenazi, but short, well short in the end of Ben Charlesworth at backward point. There is no run, 301 for 4. It was the bit at the end, as much as just the sight of this hose continuing to spray. It's almost like when you know those water sprayers on the fields that just go round. It was giving each part of that Gloucestershire equipment a good soaking.
But he kept going, didn't he? I mean, he sort of realised what he was doing.
And then the great bit at the end when he realised, finally somebody had obviously given him the shout, and then he tried to point the hose in the opposite direction and caused a spray of water to head back over him and then onto the ground. Never seen anything quite like it.
It wasn't his finest hour, was it? The finest 5 minutes.
The sight of Graham Van Buren and Mark Elaine and Gloucestershire coaching staff staring off after it, and I think Graham Van Buren held up one of the bats to the Leicestershire balcony and suggested, maybe, would you like to use that one? It's been soaked.
Van Buren is in and bowls a full toss to Masood, who drives it for 4. just overflighted it. If that's a kind description there, Graham Van Buren. Perhaps still thinking about that incident. And, a grateful Sean Masood stepped out and as elegantly as he does most things, just drove it into the gap between mid-off and extra cover, and it runs down the slope in front of the meet, the well-populated meet, looking through the windows over there to our right at the moment.
It was also the sight of Van Buren and Bracey and several others with the towels as well.
Van Buren bowls, and that's a better length, and forward goes Masood in defence.
One of the Gloucestershire supporters down below us had some kitchen roll handy, and so I was offering it to them, and lo and behold, 4 or 5 towels made an appearance.
Van Buren is in, stays a bit low as Masood goes back, but he can adjust. It is slow, as well as a touch low out there, and he blocks it back down the pitch on the onside. Floodlights now sort of taking effect. Ed's going to depart for now, and Nikesh is going to come alongside for the first time this, I was going to say this morning, but it's actually this afternoon now, isn't it? And that one is pushed by Masood into the onside, fielded by Price, running across to his right. In goes Van Buren, bowls, nicely bowled as well, and forward went Masood, looking to drive, and rather ended up jamming it back down the pitch towards Graham Van Buren. 305 for 4 as Van Buren steps in and bowls, tosses it right up. It's a full toss, almost a caught and bowled. It's bunted back past him. He dived to his left. I think he got his fingertips to that. It's run down to very, very fine long on for 4, but Van Buren is down on the pitch. I think he got his hands to that.
I think he did, yeah, just fingertips. It was a good effort, diving low down to his left. Masood, the last thing he will want is to get out to a delivery like that, low full toss, and just managed to get away with it.
The announcement is that the Friends of Grace Road are open now. They're not waiting until after lunch. I don't blame them, because I don't know how much play we're going to have after lunch.
Absolutely, yeah.
So if you want your cake, get it now.
Right, today's the day, Richard, isn't it? Today's the day for us.
It is, potentially. Hopefully they might reduce it to get rid of it. I think it's £3. £3 you get plenty.
£3 a slice. That's not bad.
Yeah. It's almost like £3 a slab. You do get a lot, but.
Right, Zaman Akhtar then to begin a new over from the Bennett end into Eskenazi, who leaves alone. It didn't appear to be too far away from the stumps, but kind of bounced over the height of the stumps just outside off. Eskenazi will say he judged it perfectly.
Last over with the old ball, unless Gloucestershire choose for some unfathomable reason to keep bowling with it.
Their over eight's not too clever, so maybe Van Buren for a couple of more overs. There's Akhtar bowls, and that's another leave, but it's a no ball from Akhtar, overstepping, so another couple of runs onto the total.
I sometimes think that is actually worth doing, in that give the spinner a couple of overs with the brand new ball just to take the lacquer off. Hardness comes into it, they might just get a little bit of extra bounce, but I'm told that with these Dukes that the lacquer tends to cover the seam as well, and they have to sort of get that off so it doesn't really grip.
Next ball is defended away by Eskenazi to the offside. There's no run. They've changed a lot, haven't they, the Dukes balls over the last few years. I guess the quality was slightly disrupted during COVID times. I don't know if you've ever been down to the factory, Richard, in Walthamstow. Dilip Jajodia is the boss of Dukes there, and usually hires that they're all sort of hand stitched and things like that, so specialists from South Asia who come specifically for 3-4 months at a time just to stitch the balls up, as Eskenazi's up on his toes next ball, defending back down the track. So yeah, they're usually from an area called Sialkot in Pakistan. These specialist ball stitchers, but they were unable to come over during COVID, of course, so a lot of the work was outsourced to Say Alcott, and the boss obviously couldn't be there to do all the quality checks, so that was part of the reason why the quality of balls did go down during that period of a couple of years. Next ball very full from Akhtar, well played by Eskenazi, defending off the front foot. I think the batches this year have been slightly better if you speak to players, both test players and first class players in this country, but it's taken them a while to get back to those standards. Eskenazi still unbeaten on 26. He's played nicely here. Second fiddle to Sean Masood, but shot of the morning so far, that whip for 4. Next ball very full outside off, and it's driven away square, but off the toe end of the bat and straight to backward point. There's no run.
I'm told that lunch is still 12:30. I wasn't sure whether they'd advanced it by 15 minutes, because it would be frustrating if it was dry.
Yeah, you think they probably should just crack on.
Cricket operations manager Dan Lees says no, still 12:30, so it's going to be a very short morning session.
In comes Akhtar, and that's a length delivery, defended away by Eskenazi. End of the over, 311 for 4 still. Dan Lees, he's stepping down at the end of the season. He's been here a long time.
Yeah, he's like myself, he's one of the sort of long servers at the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road. He was here when I arrived, so at least 12 years, I suspect. And obviously when I was coming just as a written journalist before becoming a commentator, he was still around then, so I would think
it's probably the most helpful person
18 to 20 years probably.
Yeah, over the years the most helpful person, certainly in my experience. If you need any information or need anything getting done, he's the man.
Very much does his best to help. Graham Van Buren then to continue with the old ball. Oh, goes through Masood, or goes past his outside edge, and it's going to run to the boundary for 4 byes. So a little bit of, perhaps a little bit of drift. Perhaps he just played down the wrong line. Yeah, just sort of went straight on, beat the outside edge, somehow went through Bracey. Didn't stay particularly low to me, looking at it, and has gone to the boundary for 4. So that was bonus and fortunate runs for Leicestershire. 315 for 4. Unlucky Van Buren, who is in again, bowls and solidly forward. This time is Masood. Back up the pitch goes the ball. A couple of close calls then for Masood since going to his 100. The caught and bowl chance in the previous over. Goes Van Buren and bowled. Big stride. Defence from Masood blocking it. So yeah, no new ball taken. Maybe after lunch.
if we're still here.
Van Buren is in. Stays a touch slow, but it was a little bit short and on leg stump, and Masood could go back and just turn his wrists on the push and work it out to deepish square. Sweeper comes into field and 1 is taken. Masood on to 110. First class century number 30. And Buren is in, round the wicket to the right hander. Eskenazi is forward defending.
Going past 12,000 runs in the course of this innings as well.
Van Buren bowls on off stump this time. Eskenazi wasn't quite sure whether to go forward or back, I suspect, then stayed more or less in his crease and played the ball off the pitch, working it out into the offside, essentially defensively. 26 remains his score. He's taken his time to get there. He's taken 72 deliveries to do that, but he played, they were important deliveries, important that he survived last night. But that, as you say, that whip through mid-wicket earlier off Taylor, just maybe a sign of good things to come as far as Leicestershire are concerned.
Absolutely, and well, it's Price from the far end again. Just looking at the forecast, Richard, I mean, for the next hour or so there's a lower percentage chance of rain, 29%. From 2 o'clock it kind of jumps to 60, and then it's almost likely to just rain for the rest of the afternoon. So looking at the forecast, they should just stay out there. Price round the wicket to Masood, who gets an inside edge, trickles away to short fine leg, bit of extra bounce there from Price, but Masood managed to negotiate it. It's one of the frustrating things about cricket, isn't it? The lack of common sense sometimes. Price bowls, and Masood is again inside edging it to short fine leg. He wasn't sure whether to stay back or go forward to that delivery. He was caught in no man's land really. For a player who's unbeaten on 110, quite surprising. Next ball, Masood is back and solidly defending into the onside. The wind just picking up a little bit more. We can see the clouds moving away from our left to right as we look on, facing the Bennett end. That's down the leg side from Price.
I suppose strictly speaking the next target for Leicester isn't so much the 350 as the 333, just to rule out any remote chance of the follow-on.
I guess so, as Masood defends off the back foot once more into the onside. Ever the pessimist, Richard.
Pessimism, realism, whatever.
You have been here 12 years, you've seen a lot of things. Masood is on the front foot. Next ball from Price. Another defensive shot to finish off the over. A maiden, 316 for 4. Partnership worth 78 between Eskinazi and Shan Masood.
Did Hill and Masood had 152 for the fourth wicket, so two very substantial middle order partnerships steering Leicestershire into relatively calm waters. Van Buren's going to continue. Should get 2 more overs before lunch. He bowls and Eskinazi is forward, playing the ball back up the pitch on the onside. But yes, while it is dry, just keep playing really. We're only going to have 50 minutes of play. Van Buren is in and Eskinazi goes back and just gets his bat down on the ball in time. It did stay a bit low, but goodness me, had that just hurried on a fraction, almost squeezed onto the pad, and he would have been very leg before. Van Buren is in fuller this time, and Eskinazi can get forward on off stump and just push the ball out into the gap in the covers, out to the sweeper on the offside and jog a single. He's asked a few interesting questions really. Well, he's posed a few problems anyway, certainly Van Buren in this little burst of play before lunch. And he goes over the wicket to Masood, who's leaning forward and almost chipping the ball in the air for a few feet towards mid-wicket. Bounces well short in the end, but hence the shout of catch, I think, from either Bracey or the slip is probably Price. Tosses that one up pleasantly, driven back to him. Bowler fields it to his right with a big grin on his face. Masood remains 110. He's looked more uncertain since going to 100 than he was in going to it. In goes Van Buren, bowls outside off stump. An exaggerated leave from Masood, who stepped out, then stepped back, ready to cut it away. Let it go through.
It's almost like Van Buren himself when he got to, I guess he was a bit nervous in the 90s, wasn't he, as well? Even after he got to those 3 figures on the first day, just didn't look all that comfortable. Leicestershire will hope Masood at least stay out there until lunch and perhaps beyond lunch if we get any more play. Price then continues from the Bennett end into Eskinazi, who clips the ball away out towards deep mid-wicket, helps himself to a gentle single. There's still some patches of blue sky up above. They're not lasting for very long though, Richard, because there's a stiff breeze blowing all the cloud in from left to right. Price back round the wicket to Masood, who's off the back foot and punching into a gap there just in front of point for another single.
Point illustrated by momentary sunshine.
Yep. Enjoy it while it lasts. Eskenazi off the back foot, guiding away to short third and gets himself a single. Well, the fact there are floodlights here, Richard, that was another thing brought in during your tenure here, I guess.
Absolutely, yeah. Wasim
Khan, yeah. Back round the wicket, Price, and down the leg side to Masood. The bails are whipped off by Bracey, but Masood firmly in his crease.
They're very good floodlights as well, aren't they? They're very, very targeted, but they're pretty effective. T20 nights, and occasionally during the county championship.
I wonder as well if they had taken the new ball with the floodlights there, the moisture in the air, the ball may have had some exaggerated movement as Masood is forward to the next delivery and defends into the offside. This should be the final ball until lunch. Here comes Price, and Masood's hit on the pads. Big shout for LBW. Finger goes up. Masood hangs his head in disbelief as he's been given out for 111. Well, we said he looked a little bit uncomfortable in the previous over from Ollie Price, and on the final ball before lunch he's been dismissed. LBW back in his crease, and well, from our angle, difficult to tell. We'll wait for the replay, but he's just about dragging himself off the field now with Eskenazi.
Oh, he made a very, well, he may get a ticking off there because he made a point of looking hard at his bat and lifting it up and examining the edge. So he clearly feels he got a little tickle on that. Umpire Adnan disagreed, so 320 for 5, and it's lunch, which frankly feels ridiculous.
Absolutely, yes. So Leicestershire will go into lunch on 320 for 5. Difficult really to analyse that session in inverted commas, less than half session that we've had, but there's lots of blue sky above right now, Richard. There's a little bit of sunshine. There's probably no need for the floodlights as things stand. But the forecast as it is later on.
In 40 minutes' time, let's hope that the umpires are going to be lucky, and we will get plenty of play this afternoon. So, it's a very nice round figures. 50 runs added by Leicestershire in what play we have had. 84 overs of the innings have gone by, so they have plenty more overs left to add batting bonus points. Shan Masood dismissed on the stroke of lunch for 111. Steve Eskenazi 29 not out, a partnership of 82 for the 5th wicket. We will be back with you at the Uptonsteel County Ground, Nikesh, Ed and myself, in around about 35-38 minutes time. Fingers crossed we have some more play for you. The covers are coming on, but I think hopefully that is a precaution as much as anything. They're going to have them in place just in case, and as I say, let us hope we have plenty more play this afternoon. But another batting bonus point for Leicestershire. They are one small step closer to promotion.
or something.
Error! We'll start with 2 slips.
If you're going to rain, just looking at the clouds constantly thinking, oh, where's it coming from? What's it going to do? So there's this sort of the big solid block now that the lot we had this morning's gone, so probably sort of know about it when the actual just make it 2 screens. About 3
Ready, boys?
Camera joined by Paul Baldwin and Hassan Adnan. Gloucestershire side led by Captain James Gracie. Not out Leicestershire batsman Stevie Eskenazi, not out 29. The new batsman is number 7, Ben Cox.
We're ready to get back underway after lunch here at Grace Road, with Leicestershire losing their 5th wicket just on the stroke of lunch. Shan Masood, who batted beautifully for 111, but Nelson struck for him as Ollie Price removed him. LBW, and Gloucestershire at least had something for their morning's work. Richard Ray is off visiting the Friends of Grace Road, I believe, so it's Ed Seaborn and Nikesh Ragani with you for the first little period of this afternoon session, and surely only Richard Ray could be worried about the follow-on target 13 runs away. Presumably we're talking more in terms of 30 runs for another point and just continuing to tick this requirement down for Leicestershire as far as their promotion chase.
Absolutely, yeah. Another point will take them to 5 for this match, and then dependent on other results we'll see where that leaves them. And I guess there's a bit of weather around later today, tomorrow as well, so unlikely that we're going to have enough time here for a result, but let's see what happens.
Matt Taylor to bowl, left arm round the wicket, bowling and striking Eskenazi on the pad. He's gone quite a way across, but I think the angle is looking, at least from here, as if it's taking the ball down the leg side. I think that the new ball has been taken, because there was a ball that was, unless it was a practice ball, yeah, it has been taken, yeah, the zeros up on the board next to it. So the practice ball was rolled off. I think it was Josh Shaw who rolled it off, and it hit one of the helmets down below us. There's something about that patch of ground today. There's another strangled shout for leg before wicket as Taylor doesn't really appeal. He put his arm up but then didn't actually voice an appeal. There was a loud shout from behind the stumps, but it sort of loses its convincing nature when the bowler doesn't really go up.
Absolutely. Those helmets you talk about, you had a little feel. Are they dry now?
They felt mostly dry,
mildly moist,
but I was informed, whether that's correct or not, that they were now not allowed to use them because they got wet.
Interesting.
So they're lying there obsolete. Taylor into Eskenazi, who fiddles that one back to the bowler, and there's no run. Anyway, the ball was underarmed over the boundary rope, and it hit the helmet, and both Mark Thorburn, Gloucestershire's assistant coach and head coach for the One Day Cup, and Josh Shaw, I think it was, were making the 5 penalty runs signal, which I thought was quite good. So Taylor, it is very much Taylor bowling, not Graham van Buren up on the board, as it's skewed away by Eskenazi to backward point, and there's no run. Taylor looking for that 4th victim, 3 for 65 into his 18th over, so he's plenty of work. He's not played a massive amount in the championship this year, Matt Taylor, but of course enormous part of Gloucestershire's white ball plans as well as red ball. Bit of a juggling act as ever, as Eskenazi defends this one into the onside for no run with loads and that sort of stuff.
Yeah,
they don't even say workloads anymore from what I can hear.
Just simplify it, just loads.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, we've got loads of cake thanks to Richard
we have
Ray.
A serious workload on our hands.
It's not only TMS that does cake.
So we've got fruit cake.
Is that lemon drizzle?
Looks like lemon drizzle.
And then some sort of
yeah,
chocolate.
That's
lemon drizzle.
Oh, Barrabrith, is it? Okay. I think the chocolate, actually, because of this searing sunshine that we've got today, it might might be in a bit of danger. That one might have to be consumed first. We've got a complete stoppage here because Gloucestershire, I don't think, are they not best pleased with the state of this new ball already, but there's a lot of pointing about, standing around. Everybody seems to be staring off in the direction of, okay, I see what's happening. It seems as though the sun is glinting off the dugouts down to our right. Is there anything else that wants to go wrong down there today? It's everything is happening in this area of the ground just down below us. It's extraordinary.
We've
had well, maybe they could use the towels, actually. They got the towels down to dry all the equipment off with. Maybe they could use the towel to...
Well, Ben Cox has just come down and suggested that somebody puts a kit bag over that particular area of the dugout. I'll tell you one thing, it's not going to last very long, this sunshine, so...
Well, that's the other thing. So if it just comes out right as he's facing...
I mean, it's quite a way away from the sight screen as he looks towards the bowler, Steve Eskenazi. I know there are certain batters who, need everything to be perfect in that sort of general direction behind the bowler, but it's kind of at long off.
Yeah, it
so
isn't
you shouldn't
directly,
really be looking at long off when the bowler's running in, but...
Mind you, when Sun stopped play at Canterbury again this year, it was slightly towards long on. They do seem to be be liberal in their interpretation of exactly where...
I guess if the sun is completely sort of, in your eyes, it can come in from an angle, but this is a reflection, so I don't know. I mean, we're not out there, we can't see exactly Steve Eskenazi's point of view, but another stoppage and the over rate that currently says level.
Yes, it's amazing.
Might be in trouble now.
It's amazing how quickly that turned round. I was thinking they might have picked up one or two, but no, back to level. So Gloucestershire won't be losing any points as it stands. It's 5-4 to Gloucestershire as it stands, but all could change. Yeah, well, 30 runs for Leicestershire, 1 wicket for Gloucestershire. Taylor goes in and bowls, and that is a beauty, which has zipped away from Eskenazi from left arm round, so angled in and then moved away. I thought he'd nicked it to start with because it deviated so prodigiously. But that is the end of the over, 320 for 5.
Yeah, it was an absolute beauty there from Matt Taylor. Never easy to do that, coming left arm round and then angling the ball in, hitting the seam and getting that ball to move away from the right-hander. So still 320 for 5. I think you need some cutlery, Ed.
To
slice that cake in half.
Yeah, well, I don't want to take all of it. Everybody, I assume everybody's getting a little taste of each.
Just go for it. Go on. There you go. I'll take care of things for the next over while you consume that slice of chocolate sponge cake. Ben Cox about to face his first delivery. Ajit Singh Dale with the new ball from the Bennett end. Runs in, bowls, and that's full on the legs, and Cox gets off the mark with a flick out towards deep mid-wicket. Talked about partnerships earlier on in the innings, and that really important one for the 4th wicket for Leicestershire, and then indeed the 5th when Eskenazi came out to join Shan Masood. They bat very, very deep, Leicestershire, so they'll be hoping to build another one here with Ben Cox coming out to join Eskenazi. Ajit Singh Dale runs in once more. Oh, that's a lovely delivery. A little bit of away movement past the outside edge. Eskenazi has a poke and then pulls his bat away as if to sort of feign a leave, but certainly go down as a play and a miss.
Of course, it didn't take the edge because Singh Dale now has 2 fielders in the slip cordon. The only definite edge that he's had was the one that was right between Bracey and Price at slip, and they only had the one slip and it was a wide slip. Of course, that one doesn't find the edge.
And he comes again. That one does find the edge, but it just eludes second slip and races away for 4. Ajit Singh Dale. There's a look of bewilderment on his face, as if to say, what do I have to do to get a wicket here? What do I have to do for one of these edges to go to one of my fielders? It wasn't really a chance for second slip. It was low, it was to his right, probably dropped just short as well, but another good delivery.
Who has he upset? You talk about cricketing gods. I don't know who is he. Did he slag off WG or something?
Singh Dale running in, bowls, and that's been driven firmly by Eskenazi, but only as far as extra cover. It's fielded there inside the circle. I say the circle, the imaginary circle that you would see in white ball games.
Gave Miles Hammond the opportunity to go to ground again, though, which is always a welcome opportunity for him.
It's quite a fashionable slide, wasn't it? 325 for 5. Bright sunshine as Singh Dale makes his way in and hits Eskenazi on the pads. A polite appeal for LBW, turned down. Wasn't too much right with that, angling down the leg side.
I just don't know how you keep running in if you're Singh Dale, because it's not as though this is the only spell that he's bowled, or even close to, that has been like this in terms of a match, and he's ended up with figures of 0 for 66, and you're still going to summon up that belief, I guess, that this is going to be the one, and you do it for about 20 overs.
Here he is, bowls, and that's been left alone by Eskenazi. So 325 for 5. Eskenazi on to 33. Cox 1 from 1. Leicestershire still trailing by a fair way, but only 8 runs for the follow-on to be saved.
Yeah, he's leaning nervously over on the balcony over there as Richard Ray still thinks there's a chance that Leicestershire won't get promoted.
Going through his stretching routines as we can see over to our right.
He's limbering up for his next triathlon, probably.
Yes, Singdale keeps on going in and bowling. How do you do more than one triathlon in your life? Surely you do one and you think, well, never again.
Yeah, crackers. Here's Matt Taylor. 2 close slips for him as he strays a little onto the pads of Ben Cox. He'll take his second run through square leg.
How's the chocolate cake?
It's very good. Actually, it's there are these little chocolate chips at the top of the icing, and then there are some chocolate chips through it as well. It's nothing on, and it's very good, but it's nothing on in terms of a creation. What I think I had here a couple of years ago, which was like a blondie, but it had a jammy dodger just stuck in the top of it. Never seen anything like it. Taylor bowls and flicked away to mid-wicket by Eskenazi for no run. I have...
Right, I'm going to get stuck in.
Go on.
You carry on.
I have, I think, in this match broken 2 of my cardinal rules. Actually, not in this match, but in my last, whatever it is, 3 days now of commentary. It was Taunton Vale the other day. Described in irritating detail the lunch that we'd had, which is one of my personal no-nos. And then I've eaten half of that small piece of cake whilst being on air, which is another thing that I said I'd never do and done it. That's what happens when you get older. This is driven by Eskenazi to extra cover. Pleasant looking shot, but he won't get a run for it. Score remains 326 for 5. You go on enough, you just don't care anymore.
There's nothing wrong with describing a lunch at the cricket, I don't think, as long as it was a good one.
Speaking of one of those days, of course I stick my sunglasses on and there's a filthy dark cloud that's come over, but I don't think it should bring rain, at least for now. Eskenazi on strike and working this one square on the leg side out to deep square. Matt Taylor with a bit of protection for that as Eskenazi moves to 34 with another single. But given the fact that he's bowling left arm around, and he's had so much success doing it in his career as well, I know there are a lot of people that would say, well, you're a left armer, you need to use that angle and bowl over the wicket all the time, but Taylor's very happy round the wicket. In he comes and bowls and strikes Cox on the pad, gone, LBW, he's got a 4th wicket, and that is why Matt Taylor bowls a lot around the wicket, because he brings those stumps into play, and Paul Baldwin has sent Ben Cox back. 3rd ball for a couple of runs. Gloucestershire have a 2nd bowling point, and Leicestershire are 327 for 6.
Yeah, kept slightly low, that one from Matt Taylor, but it was also done for a bit of pace there. Ben Cox, new to the crease, had only faced a couple of deliveries, and could that just crack open this innings for Gloucestershire? If they could make another couple of breakthroughs here before the forecast rain comes in, I feel they're in a great position in this. It all depends on how much play we get over the next couple of days, but just 4 wickets now required to bowl Leicestershire out. They've still not saved the follow-on. Richard's very nervous about that. Another 6 runs required. I'm sure they'll be fine.
Oh, it's a loud blast of the horn there for Logan Van Beek's arrival, or Van Beek depending on your preference, but the Dutch pronunciation would be Van Beek. I'm not quite sure what they call him in New Zealand, but it certainly won't be the same combination of vowels as we would have here, that is for sure. Anyway, fine player, and just see how he approaches this situation, sort of think of him as a usually fairly belligerent batter, but he's up against the new ball here, and it's clearly doing a bit, because we saw that one ball at the end of Taylor's first over that bounced and nipped away from Eskenazi. Third slip in for the last ball of this over. Taylor into Van Beek, and that's a beauty, which forces him to play because of that left arm angle in, and pretty similar to the last ball, the previous over that he beat Eskenazi with. It leaves Van Beek through to Bracey with no edge, but Taylor just 1 wicket away now from a 5-wicket haul, and Leicestershire 327 for 6.
He's bowled really well with the new ball, in particular Matt Taylor. He's been asking questions ever since that lunch interval. And Ajit Singh Dale from the other end doing a decent job too, finding the edge of Eskenazi's bat in the previous over. A couple of plays and misses. And here he is again. Tell you what, this sunshine is not going away at the moment. Singh Dale runs in, bowls, and finds the edge again, and that's been taken. They put a third slip in there. It went low, it went quick, but it's been taken, and Eskenazi is on his way back for 34, and finally a bit of luck for Ajit Singh Dale.
Yeah, it's a good job they put that third slip in place. There was an edge that went wide of the couple of slips, and especially with the wicket at the other end, it's ensured that James Bracey thought, yeah, we'll go on the attack here. Miles Hammond stuck in there at third slip, holding on, and I think you'd have to say Singh Dale really does deserve that wicket, and he's at last got the payoff for some hard work, steaming in as ever, trying to bowl as quickly but as accurately as he can, and finding that edge. And Leicestershire have now lost, what is it, 3 for 7, I think it is. Yeah, 3 for 7. And have 2 batters out there who've not scored.
So we joke about 6 for the follow-on, but now 7 down. Gloucestershire on the charge. I'm sure it'll be the first target, but they dearly love to get up to the 350 mark, get the extra bonus point.
I'm sure nobody would be more determined if necessary, and we've still got Ben Mike and Van Beek here, Chris Wright before it, but I don't think anybody will be more determined than Josh Hull going out there with the bat after, despite taking 3 wickets.
Determination's one thing,
this is
and
true.
it's a good thing, but you need a little bit more than that, especially from this position. Still 6 for the follow-on, but 23 for the bonus point. 3 wickets in hand. Ben Mike then, the new batter. Just eyes up the field, takes his position. In comes Singh Dale, bowls, and that's been left alone by Mike, just outside off stump.
There must be a few Gloucestershire supporters watching this thinking, here we go again. There's rain on the way, which is looking as if it's going to wipe out some of the day's play, and all of a sudden Gloucestershire start taking wickets. It certainly wouldn't be the first time over the last few years.
Singh Dale runs in, bowls down the leg side. It's not where you want to be with the new ball and to a new batter. So those Gloucestershire fans that are here, several of them have made the journey. Are they travellers everywhere, or
just right down below us?
Yeah, just to the exotic places like Leicestershire.
No, they'll go to most away games. Yep. loyal following. Singdale, sorry, it's your over, isn't it?
It's alright, Singdale down the leg side. Too much chocolate cake, Ed. That's what it is.
You're making me think about too many things. Too many things at once.
It's down the leg side. It's a good take by Bracey, actually, diving away to his left. He's bowled a couple down the leg side now to Ben Mike, who's just come to the crease. You want to make him play. Got 3 slips in place. Ball is moving. Try and get that outside edge. Ben Mike just walks down the track, does a bit of gardening, settles himself once more in his stance. Singdale bowls, and that's kept a little bit low. I think there's an inside edge onto pad there, and had there not been an inside edge, that may well have been pretty close.
Yeah, it's sort of in terms of how Mike tried to play it, it didn't look too far off what happened to Cox. It was sort of jumping a little bit, but it wasn't actually that short of a length at all. I don't know. It looks pretty leg side-ish anyway. You might have got an edge on it, but I think it's just jagged in on the angle. We've now got a leg slip.
Singdale bowls short, and that's been pulled away ferociously by Ben Mike for 4. Was a fielder there at long leg, but it goes whizzing past him to his left, and well, that's an emphatic way to get off the mark for Ben Mike. 331 for 7, 2 away from avoiding the follow-on.
Yeah, it's a good shot from Ben Mike. Did whack it wide of the fielder. Singdale also, though, I can see why he felt actually that was pretty much the delivery that he wanted to bowl. They put the leg slip in, had that fielder back on the boundary, so he was well within his rights to try and target the rib cage of Mike, but he was able to get it away, and sometimes that's the way with the short ball. You're going to concede runs to it, but looking for that wicket as well, especially in this situation, if you're just not really quite committed to that shot, and you might lose your wicket that way.
It's quite telegraphed though, wasn't it?
It
Putting
was,
the leg slip in place and then going short.
Well, I guess having lost 3 for 7, if you're just thinking, that fraction of a second, you just have that hesitation of, oh, actually, should I be doing this? And then maybe the top edge carries down or something. Matt Taylor into Van Beek, and he blocks that delivery out into the covers. So 3 slips, but they've got that fielder who is Matt's elder brother, Jack, at cover, so not just allowing a drop and run or a drive to go through there, and then still the protection of the deep square and the fine leg as Taylor looks for the straighter one. In he comes and bowls, and there is that delivery which Van Beek again is able to keep out with a rigid defensive shot. Continues to rain at Lords, where Derbyshire are 30 for 1, leading Middlesex by 15. So they must have got out there for a brief spell, just long enough for Caleb Jewell to be bowled by Ryan Higgins for 9, but still a rain delay in that match, which Leicestershire supporters are keeping a keen eye on, as Van Beek onto the front foot and plays a tidy defence to mid-off, in so much as the draw in that game reduces that requirement for Leicestershire. They haven't had any play at all at Northampton today, where Northamptonshire are 309 for 5, replying to Glamorgan's 467. Taylor goes in now, bowls to Van Beek, who pushes this one to cover, and that fielder there will prevent any run. And actually in both the games at Northampton and at Lords, a wicket has fallen the very ball before they've gone off for rain, so that happening last night, I guess. I don't think they've played today anyway. They certainly haven't played March. And it's also raining at Canterbury, so this is the only Division 2 match in progress. Taylor bowls and straying a little leg stump-ish and allows Van Beek to clip his first run down to long leg. 332 for 7, so 1 run to avoid the follow-on.
Ben Mike maybe looking to do it in emphatic fashion once again. Just have a look at this radar, Ed. This is as of 2 o'clock. There's a patch of rain over Leicestershire. However, look at what's coming in.
Yeah, that's more than a patch, isn't it?
Yes.
That's a liberal spraying of water, such as you might see over some Gloucestershire kit, possibly. Serious damp patch. Yeah, that's not just a little sprinkling off the covers. That's a good dolloping from the blotter. Taylor completes the over and bowls, and Mike tries to whip this one away into the onside. There was something a little unconvincing about that shout, even though it was very full. Possibly just spearing a little down, but Matt Taylor pretty close there to that 5-wicket haul. 332 for 7 in that match at Canterbury. Kent 131 for 2, leading Lancashire by 140. The action continues at New Road, where Nottinghamshire have been set a target of 136 to beat Worcestershire, and that could be huge for Nottinghamshire, because Surrey are going to need a fair bit of play over the next couple of days. So if Notts could play and win, be big in the title chase. But they're 0 for 1, needing that 136, having bowled Worcestershire out for 160.
Hamid, the man out as well, as Singdale begins a new over past the outside edge of Van Beek.
I think that's a pair for Hamid then. Got a second bowler
After
in the
the
first
season
innings,
he's had,
and a 10 bowler in the second. Bowled Tom Taylor in both.
Doesn't like Tom Taylor then.
It's going to bring that average down to about 80 or something for the season.
Still pretty good. There's been 1 or 2 mentions about a possible England recall, but I think that's a long way away. Oh, next ball from Singdale, rushes Van Beek. It was full, it was just outside off. He had a poke at it, more than a poke. He was looking to drive Van Beek. It's through to the keeper, there's no run.
Ambitious shot.
Yes.
That one. Given what we've seen with the new ball as well, it's a good time for Gloucestershire to have struck, and actually the decision to continue with the old ball and keep Ollie Price going is what started it. Get Sham Masood out, and then they've taken the new ball, and it's working for them so far.
Singdale charges in, bowls, wraps him on the pads, Van Beek, and finger goes up. It looked a pretty good shout. Umpire Adnan just taking a moment there to make his decision, and eventually the finger goes up. So Logan Van Beek on his way back without doing much damage. He's gone for 1. Leicestershire lose their 8th. They are 332 for 8. And well, follow on might be okay, but in terms of getting the 350 and the final bonus point, or the next bonus point, looks a long way away, Ed.
Yeah, and also another thing, if they can finish this innings off quickly, is that even if we lose, as looks very likely, a large chunk of today, if there is some play possible tomorrow, and Gloucestershire do need to have some sort of a, well, they need to, they may well want to have some sort of a go at trying to force a victory and still keeping a very outside chance of promotion alive, then they've got possibilities. They could go on the attack and try and set something up, even if it leads to a Leicestershire win. They haven't really lost anything by giving something a try, and it opens up a lot more possibilities if they can wrap this innings up very quickly.
They'll certainly be looking to do that. They've bowled very well with the new ball, both Matt Taylor and Ajit Singdale. Second wicket for Singdale. Even in that appeal he was pleading, he was down on his knees almost to the umpire, and eventually got the decision.
He's a very decisive finger pointer, is Hassan Adnan, but it did take a long time for that finger to come up. When it comes up, it's an order.
Point to the skies.
Yes, it's a very high point, isn't it? Actually, he's not Nigel Long pointing you back to the pavilion, where the arm is basically right out in front of him. It's directly overhead.
Took a long time to come. It's like the old Rudy Kurtzen, wasn't it? The slow death.
Well, there's one of the umpires on the women's circuit is like that. A couple of slow finger pointers.
Singdale into the new batter then, Chris Wright, who defends his first ball away to mid-on.
What is that blowing across the ground?
It's a helium balloon, I think. From this distance it looks like it might have Peppa Pig on it or some sort of children's character.
Oh dear. Seen some things today. It's going to clear the pavilion.
Oh yeah. Off it goes away towards the city centre. Singdale bowls, and that's a little bit fuller, a little bit of width outside off, but Chris Wright just checks his shot, thinks about having a drive at that one, but just defends away down the track.
And this sounds slightly less ridiculous to say this than it did a few minutes ago. There's still only one run needed to avoid it, but do you reckon Gloucestershire would enforce it if they could? With rain coming, it's almost they may have to.
You might as well if you can, I think, in this situation.
You're going to get a break, aren't you?
That's right. Singdale runs in, bowls, and Wright defends. And of a successful over then for Gloucestershire and Ajit Singdale, 332 for 8 Leicestershire. I'm going to hop off and hand the reins over to Richard Ray, who I think is still a bit nervous about the follow-up.
One run. Surely one run. But it is now 4 wickets for 12 that Leicestershire have lost since Shan Masood was given LBW to the last ball of the very short morning session. You barely call it a session, really. A little sip.
Could be an interesting one, this, couldn't it? It's becoming
Taylor
too interesting.
then into Mike drives and won't find a gap, so Van Buren picks it up at mid-off. Well, it's you still have to say that the draw the overwhelming favourite, but it does, if Gloucestershire can get, even if it's a lead of 110, 120 or something, and they add some more runs on here, it opens up the possibility for Gloucestershire to, if there is enough cricket tomorrow, set some sort of
dangle the
up.
carrot.
Yeah. Taylor in and bowls to Mike, who's nicked off here. There's a 9th wicket. Caught behind, and there's the 5-wicket haul for Matt Taylor. It's 332 for 9, and Josh Hull is going to have to come to the middle, with Leicestershire still needing 1 run to avoid the follow-on.
Yeah, I think he was looking to leave there, maybe just rose on him a fraction more than he thought, bounced a fraction more than he thought, or just too slow in getting the bat out of the way, and it clipped the blade on the way through. You could hear it from here, couldn't you, really? So this is extraordinary. Surely Leicestershire can't make a Horlicks of this now. Surely not. From 320 for 4 to 332 for 9.
It's his 8th 5-wicket haul in first-class cricket, Matt Taylor, and he doesn't have a 6-fer. 5 for 15 his career best, and he's going to have 4 deliveries this over to bowl at Josh Hull?
I think Gloucestershire would certainly enforce. Surely,
They've got to,
I mean,
yeah.
you know, and it is now very much a live option.
I can't believe we were sitting here, Nikesh and I, joking about you pacing the balcony over there, which you weren't.
You see?
Yes, that's true.
Some of us have been here 12 years. Can justify our nervousness. Oh, look at that filthy cloud that is heading our way.
Mauve, anyway.
And that really is heading our way as well. It is going to get here. Another half hour, 3/4 of an hour, something like that. And will Leicestershire be back at the crease in their second innings by the time it arrives? It could happen.
10 and 11. Hull and right down for a chat with Josh Hull as Gloucestershire labour over positioning this field. They'll have 4 slips in place. So Jack Taylor has joined the cordon.
5 wickets for 12 runs.
Taylor, left arm over, runs in, bowls now to Hull, and Hull is forward and defending. This ball confidently enough to mid-off, and there is no run.
Yeah, he's no mug with the bat. Josh has shown himself to be quite a capable number 11. He'll get in line, block bravely.
Should have thought even Chris Wright at the non-strikers with his experience is probably just thinking, go on Josh, just squeeze one off the edge, pick up this run. Taylor runs in, is there and bowls to Hull, who's pushing to cover all along the ground, and it's fielded by Joe Phillips.
He made a very good 35 not out earlier this season, Josh. Just trying to remember who it was against.
I'm pretty sure it wasn't Gloucestershire.
No, but he's played 7 innings and 5 times he's been not out. Yes, he's obviously run out of partners quite frequently, but...
Taylor to the crease, bowls a short ball, which Hull sways out of the way of.
Wide, no ball, whatever, don't mind what.
Something, anything.
It would make it very, very interesting if Gloucestershire do have to set it, or do feel that they have nothing to lose. If Leicestershire get over this line.
Exactly, and if it is going to be draws everywhere else, then if they could win, and they've already got 7 bonus points out of this game, if they could come away with 23, that really does close the gap. Got Middlesex in their last game. Taylor bowls, and he's wafted at that one, he's missed it. You were just waiting for that noise which never came if you're at Gloucestershire, and James Bracey just inclining his head downwards. I mean, you can tell, really, as much as they want the last wicket quickly, you can tell that they are. We'll be thinking, of course, about that follow-on as well. Play and a miss, but no edge. More applause from the travelling supporters for Matt Taylor as he makes his way down to fine leg, and it will be up to Ajit Singh Dale to, at the very least, make sure that nothing is given away here.
Well, he's just his luck has turned, hasn't it? He's starting to find the edges and get the decisions, and he deserves that luck to have changed. He's bowled really well, 2 for 70 from 18 overs for Ajit. Hull naught, it says in large letters on the scoreboard, right on strike, naught. Leicestershire 3-3-2-4-9 as the clouds gather, literally and metaphorically, for the Foxes. Ajit Singh Dale is down the slope from the Bennett end and bowls to Chris Wright, who covers up on off stump. Ooh, say all the Gloucestershire slips adding to the sense of theatre out there, and they're loving this. The Gloucestershire fielders, understandably, 4 of them in the slips. Hammond is waving to Taylor at long leg to come on up. Where's he going to go into? Leg slips? Are they going to have a short leg perhaps, and then Taylor in at square leg, or they're going to have a gully? No, they're going to have a gully, so mid-wicket, or man saving one on the leg side, comes across to point, actually, deepish point in the end. He's not really, and again have a shortish cover instead, so that right. Well, they're trying to. Well, he's gone quite deep at backward point. He is there for the skewed drive. Ajit Singh Dale is in. Right is nice high left elbow, defending on the back foot, but where suddenly you have no idea where this run is going to come. It is the hardest run that Leicestershire are having to score today, and they have no idea where it's coming from. Singh Dale is keeping it straight. Taylor is moving it around and causing all sorts of problems.
It's almost the hardest run of the season.
It feels that way at the moment. Singh Dale turns, long-sleeved shirt, dark locks flowing, runs in and bowls to right, who covers up on off-stump plays. He's playing solidly in defence, but as I say, there's no obvious sign where this single run that they need to save the follow-on is going to come from.
Just waiting for that one that's speared down leg, possibly.
Yes,
he has bowled a few of them, but it's amazing how in this situation it just suddenly doesn't happen so easily.
Well, this is why they're professional athletes, because they tend to be able to do it when it really matters. In he goes and bowls to right, thick inside edge from right, minimal foot movement as he sort of gestures at that. The ball squirts out towards Shaw at wideish mid-on, and a few hands-on heads out there, and Bjorn at mid-off. Shaw wanders across to have a chat to Matt Taylor. 3 balls into the over. 4 balls, I beg your pardon, into the over. 2 to come. Singh Dale just walks into his run-up, and he charges now and bowls to right, who is punching it away through the offside. No, he's not, because falling to his left, the man at extra cover makes the stop, and that stop is greeted with huge applause from the Gloucestershire slip cordon. Joe Phillips out there.
They do seem to enjoy his fielding.
Yes.
I don't know if it's they feel that he's not a natural fielder or what, because I think he's taken the shin pads off.
Cornish Joe. I'm sure that's not what he's known as. Singh Dale then to finish his over. Will it be a maiden? In he goes. Bowls to right, who is getting the runs that Leicestershire needed to avoid the follow-on. He gets up on his toes and swats it away through a very straight mid-on. It certainly wasn't an on drive as such. It was a pull, really, and he hit it almost straight back through the onside. Only just missed the stumps and the umpire at the far end, out to the long on boundary for 4. And well, you heard the little cheer that came from the Leicestershire balcony. They won't want it to have cheered at that point, but they know how important that little stroke from right, that little short-armed straight pull could be in the context of the season.
Yeah, it's like a sort of flicky, shovelly pull shot, but he gave it a good thump, and that was the most important thing, because it never looked as if it was going to be caught at mid-on. It was clearly clearing that fielder and straight of the fielder ran away. So Leicestershire avoid the follow-on. Gloucestershire, though, still looking to wrap this innings up as quickly as possible, but Hull other ideas, and there's no hurry as far as Leicestershire go, just defending to cover.
What it could mean is that Leicestershire suddenly now have a much better chance of actually winning the game if Gloucestershire now decide, if the weather plays a part and they set up a game of some kind, and give Leicestershire, Leicestershire suddenly could find themselves in a position to actually win the game.
And there's always that possibility that you go too hard after setting something up. Taylor bowls and dangle of the bat towards the ball there from Hull. It doesn't make contact and it goes through to the wicketkeeper. It's certainly something that you see quite a bit, and Gloucestershire won a game at Lord's last season against Middlesex, with Middlesex in the position where they sort of needed to win, really, to keep pressure on Yorkshire as it was then to get promoted. Middlesex ended up losing wickets very quickly, and Gloucestershire chased the runs down. Taylor bowls and Hull turns this one into the leg side. Run scoring all of a sudden free and easy. There'll be 2 here, and I don't think they'll come back for a third. They won't. Van Buren chasing it back towards the forward square leg boundary. 3:38 for 9. Floodlights still on, and they're on because, okay, we're getting occasional moments of sunshine, but there's this filthy, threatening cloud which is looming over the Bennett end of the ground, away to our left as well. Taylor goes in, bowls to Hull, who defends softly into the ground. The ball trickles away, not even a couple of pitches away from the one that we're playing on. So hunting for a career best. So I talked to Matt Taylor yesterday. I can't talk to him again.
You did?
Can't talk to him again, can I? Well, they're underway at Wantage Road. I'm not sure it's going to matter too much given the situation of that match. It's going to be Glamorgan who need to be the ones setting things up, and they'll just be quite happy, I'd have thought, with the points that they'll get for the draw. Taylor bowls, and sort of a tempter really, just outside Hull's off stump, but he doesn't have a drive at it. Just allows the ball to come to him, and runs it off the middle of the bat to cover. But certainly it's again more the case that, as he expected today really, given the forecast, there's unfortunately more cricket not happening than happening. I didn't quite anticipate that level of drama in the cricket that we have seen today. It's a good ball from Taylor, and Hull, it doesn't chase it, but it's on a good length and line, which troubles anybody, never mind and bringing up the rear, as it were. 338 for 9.
Little passages like that it's one of the glorious things about county cricket, isn't it? About championship cricket, I hasten to add. County championship cricket, you get ridiculous moments, you can get, yes, certainly a certain amount of tedious moments or puzzling moments, but you can get moments of intense skill and great drama as well. Just situations that can suddenly emerge, and that was one. For a few balls, Leicestershire were in deep trouble there.
We've had
they're still in a hole, but
yeah, we've had an excellent 2.5 hours here today.
Singdale is in to right, who is sparring away outside off stump at a slightly short of a length ball and missing it, and it goes through to Bracey behind the stumps, just the force. Beg your pardon, 3 slips now. Taylor's gone back to long leg for the veteran right.
We've had county cricket's greatest hits really today, haven't we? We've had something absolutely bizarre happen that you've never seen before.
A glorious international class century from Masood.
We've had strange session times that nobody can get their head around.
In goes Singdale and bowls a bouncer down the leg side. That looked wide to me, but anyway, it hasn't been given. Just one for the over bouncer. Sometimes they can gather a little bit of height, and when we're looking out there, they sort of rise towards us, having gone past the batsman at apparently reachable height.
Certainly seemed to trampoline that one.
He did. Brunty's telling me rain is now forecast for 3, but I'd be surprised if it comes any minute, just looking out there at the moment, Brunty. 338 for 9. Singdale is in, and Wright is driving through the offside for 4. Again, no foot movement. He was waiting for the ball of the length to drive, and just kind of got on top of the bounce and punched it away. He has quite a good record over the years, Chris Wright, with the bat. I think it's got something like, he's getting close to 3,000 first class runs now. What has he got? I beg his pardon. He's got over 4,000 first class runs. Doing him down there, doing him a disservice to go with his almost 600 first class wickets and almost 800 wickets overall. So a pretty successful career. In goes Singdale, bowls to him again. That's going to be close to leg before he's gone. He was trying to whip him away across the line, and Leicestershire are all out. Wright goes for 8. Singdale finishes with 3 wickets. Taylor with 6. 5, I beg his pardon. And Leicestershire are all out, having been 320 for 4. They are all out for 342, so they've lost 6 wickets for 22 runs.
Yeah, it has been collapso either side of lunch, but it does also show you, I suppose, and the first new ball wasn't quite this important, but the conditions were very different when Gloucestershire took that first new ball. I think it was mostly sunshine, but it feels like perfect bowling conditions. You've got a new ball in hand, and it shows you how different things can be. And in the end, Singdale has ended up with, in a roundabout way, he's ended up with figures that I do think reflect how well he's bowled. 3 for 78. Matt Taylor with the 5-wicket haul, who will, well, in fact, I think he already has the ball in hand, and will give it a raise for the photographers down below us. A few of the Gloucestershire players, I think, had already gone charging off into the pavilion to put their kit on, but most of them have remained behind to allow him to lead the bulk of the Gloucestershire side off. And a really encouraging performance there from Matt Taylor, who is one of, dare I say it, the few bowlers who will be returning to Gloucestershire next season.
So the lead is 140 for Gloucestershire. There is, well, a day theoretically. You know, there's 61 overs left to be bowled today. Obviously, 96 tomorrow, or thereabouts, depending on whether the weather plays ball, of course. So, you know, 100 and whatever it is, 57 overs left potentially in the game. And is that right? Something like that. Anyway.
Well, it'd be 59 plus 96.
Oh yes, 2 off, aren't there?
Yeah.
I suppose. Yes, of course. I forgot the 2 off. So, but still, that is a lot of cricket left to be played. What will Gloucestershire be inclined to do? Well, they have to win. Yeah, they have to win.
They've got to give themselves a chance, haven't they?
So they're going to have to give themselves a certain number of overs. So they're going to have to go fairly hard from the start. You will from close to the start anyway.
140 runs though gives you just that little bit of cushion where if you do lose a couple of wickets, and you know, it can be hard to pull it back though once you start losing those wickets, and it's not going to be easy conditions up front that they'll be out in, as I say, the conditions look as though, and clearly from what we saw, conditions are in the favour of the seam bowlers, but you know, all those things, you're going out there with the confidence that actually you've got a bit of freedom, because even if you do lose the game, it's probably better to lose a game in this situation of trying to win it.
Okay, you're captaining Gloucestershire in this game. How bold are you prepared to be? I think you're going to have to set Leicestershire less than 300. You know, something like 275 really. I mean really dangle a big carrot. They're going to have to take a big chance here.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, if you had, it's the problem is it's just that unknowable of we basically know that we're unlikely to get more than about what it feels like more than about 12 overs or something in now.
We've had more today than I thought we were going to already.
But yeah, that is true.
It's still dry.
Yeah, we've dodged quite a lot of the rain so far, and there's just that thing of what the forecast is going to be tomorrow. Another look here. I mean, they'll get I think a chunk of play in. But let's say, well, I don't know, what do you reckon? Let's say we get 60 overs, 70 overs from here. That shows you that they can't bat for that long. You know, they bat for 20 overs and try and score around about a run a ball. Then set late 200s. That could.
That's
what
my
they've got to do. Yeah,
exactly my thinking. And in a way, as I said, because you've got nothing to lose in that respect, then they wouldn't be criticised, I don't think, by any other counties were they to do that. Just to make the point also that Leicestershire have missed out on another batting bonus point. So bonus points are done. 7 to Gloucestershire, just 4 to Leicestershire. So the most they're going to be able to take from this game is 12 points now. It will only be enough to ensure promotion if the game at Lords is drawn. I believe that's correct to say that mathematically.
continues to rain down there as well. I don't know what, because again, that's the other thing that may come into play, I guess, that actually it may be in both those sides' interests to try and contrive a result in that game, because they need to close the gap to Glamorgan. They know basically that Glamorgan are taking whatever points they can get. So they got, I think, 4 batting points. They've actually underway and they've taken a 6th wicket, so they've got a 2nd bowling point, plus surely 8 for a draw. It's so hard to see how that's going to be enough. And so actually, do Middlesex and Derbyshire think, well, okay, one of us may as well at least stay in the hunt here, because the gap between Middlesex and Derbyshire, who are 4th and 3rd, it was 24 coming in, and Glamorgan have gained in terms of the bonus points, so you'd be leaving more than a maximum points win to make up in 2 rounds if you're either of those sides. Actually, would it not be in their interest to concoct something? So, well, it's that point of the season, isn't it? It's why we love it when it gets down to the business end of the county championship. There's nothing better than all these imponderables and sitting there watching how it unfolds, and the drama that is created by multi-day cricket. But I just cannot see how Leicestershire aren't going to get promoted. It's just a question of when.
It does still feel that way, but they would love it to be sorted out in this round of games, or that to be secure. And perhaps they'll then relax and play some better cricket against Kent next week. Kent, the only side they have yet to beat in the county championship this season. Every other side they have beaten, so they are particularly keen to do well against Kent next week. And well, that would certainly add to their sense of security, perhaps, if promotion has already been secured. But that is far, well, it's not far from the case, but it hasn't happened.
It's further from the case than it felt an hour and a half ago.
And that little collapse will not make Leicestershire supporters, not so little collapse, 5 wickets for 12 for, what was it in the end, 22, 6 wickets for 22 runs. Is that right?
It sounds about right, wasn't it?
It was 320 for 4,
wasn't
so,
it?
Yeah. 6 wickets for 22 runs. Again, it's something that they haven't really done this season. The lower orders chipped in almost throughout and wasn't able to do so this time round. The efforts of Stevie Eskenazi notwithstanding, and Matt Taylor has to take a great deal of credit for that, as does even Ajit Singh Dale. Out come the umpires. There's an odd little bit of blue sky reflected, but that's behind us. Out there where the weather's coming from, looks like Armageddon. But as Ed retreats to have a well-earned piece of cake and a cup of tea, and we'll swap things round, and we will pick up commentary in a moment. Nikesh, well, 6 for 22, and I was right to be nervous, wasn't I?
You were very right, yeah. Managed to just about get over the line, Leicestershire, and avoid that follow-on, but certainly didn't look like that was going to be the case. A couple of balls before the lunch interval when Shan Masood was going along so nicely, and I think that wicket really started the collapse, didn't it? Final ball before lunch. I guess Gloucestershire were correct in not taking the second new ball immediately and continuing with their 2 spinners.
Ed and I were saying that Gloucestershire really do have to dangle a pretty juicy carrot, really, and they're nothing to lose by so doing. If they set Leicestershire 280, something like that, you never...
I guess why not? because,
Exactly.
like Ed said, you know, with all the other games likely to end in draws, if they can try and push for a victory here,
They have to. They have to win.
absolutely, yeah, to stand any chance. Right, we've got the two opening batters out there, Phillips and Charlesworth. And Ian Holland will open the bowling for Leicestershire from the pavilion end. Two slips in place. In he comes to Phillips, who defends the first ball dead into the pitch. A few oohs and ahs from the Leicestershire fielders, but it's pretty comfortably played in the end. As we see lots of dark cloud descend upon Grace Road. Still dry for now. Maybe with the lights on and the overheads, the Leicestershire bowlers can get some extra assistance as Holland makes his way in, and it's a more solid looking defensive shot that time from Phillips. Good chatter out there in the field.
Certain amount of chatter on the stream as well. Some of the Leicestershire supporters not entirely happy with some of the decisions.
I don't think Shan Masood was entirely happy with his. Holland runs in, bowls, and once more Phillips defends into the offside. Any particular ones that they are referring to?
Take your pick. Unless the stumps are flying. Supporters of the side that is losing wickets tend to search for reasons.
Holland runs in, bowls, that's past the outside edge. That's a beauty from Ian Holland, just short of a length, bit of extra bounce as well. And that ball skipping through past the edge of Phillips. That's what these kind of conditions can do when you've got the new ball, just that little bit of extra assistance. Can put doubts in the batters' minds early on. Looked a bit hesitant in playing that, did Phillips. Holland bowls, and oh, he's hit on the pads there. That looks close, but umpire says not out.
I have to say I thought a little bit high, but it's quite a tall right-hander. Looks straightish.
But once again, just an example of that slight hesitancy. So we just see the replay coming up.
Outside the line.
Maybe outside the line of off, yeah. Holland though asking some questions here early on, and he's asked another there with a good delivery, just moving away past the bat of Phillips, who was half forward to that, maybe just about pulled his bat out of the way in time, but a solid opening over there for Ian Holland. Gloucestershire yet to get off the mark. Would you be tempted to have another slip fielder in place, Richard? Two at the moment. Certainly two to Phillips. I think there's a third one coming in here for Charlesworth, as Chris Wright prepares to open the bowling from the Bennett end. In fact, he was coming, Van Beek, into that third slip position, but he's now retreated into extra cover.
Well, we haven't seen Ian Holland as a skipper in this country previously, so interesting to see what his tactics are. Right then, from the Bennett end is in and bowls straight. And Ben Charlesworth had a lot of time there to wait for that one and play it very solidly on the back foot, defensively back down the pitch. 74 in the first innings before missing one from right, really, getting cleaned up. Joe Phillips made 17. He was bowled by an in-swinging Yorker from Josh Holt, according to my notes. Yes, I seem to remember. He was sort of partly bat, in goes right and bowls. Middle, stump line. Bit of shape back in to the left-handed Charlesworth, and Again, a very solid defensive block out into the offside this time. Not far away here, lads, says, shouts somebody.
What's that, the rain or the first wicket?
we can actually see rain falling now in the distance.
Yes.
But it is in the distance still. And it's sort of drifting across. In goes right and bowls. That one stayed a touch low. Charlesworth half forward, manages to adjust and just get the lower part of his bat on it, drop it out into the on side.
Be interesting to see how Josh Hull goes in this innings. He was of course taken out of the attack after bowling those 2 beamers, having taken 3 wickets early on.
Right, still looking for a particular landmark. Goes in, bowls outside off stump. Charlesworth steps forward and leaves.
Quite a bit of rain in the distance, as you say. Some straight ahead of us, some over to the left in the distance as well.
Right is in and bowls outside off stump, raises in, comes back in towards Charlesworth, but on the back foot he plays it quite nicely, a sort of late-ish guide / cut down towards third man. Didn't quite get all of it, and he'll, I beg your pardon, it's Tattersall down there. Again, he's got a proper Leicestershire cap on. John Tattersall, it's an odd one. He's been around as 12th man wearing a baseball cap.
But he's got the gold fox on as well.
Well, he must have borrowed one. I presume somebody's. So you just take mine or whatever.
It's a bit early for all that, isn't it?
But yes, and anticipating great things, John Tattersall perhaps. And let us hope his ambitions are justified. In goes right and bowls, a little bit short, whipped away off the hip by Joe Phillips to the square leg boundary, and all Tattersall can do is run in pursuit as it heads towards the blotter that's been parked in front of what used to be the Geary stand. I noticed, believe it or not, for the first time as I came in today, walking behind the seats at the Bennett end, there's actually the Geary Arms there now. So the bar's been christened the Geary Arms with a big picture of George Geary. But again, that hasn't been widely publicised.
Geary stand, that's where I sat and watched my first ever match here on this ground.
You could see a long way.
Yeah.
Chris Wright, 596 first class wickets, so 4 more for the 600.
Love to get them all in this innings. Ian Holland then continues. He has got 3 slips in place now to Charlesworth. Holland over the wicket to the left-hander, who leaves alone. He's a little bit too wide of the off stump to interest Charlesworth. We've got these radars up. Let's have a look.
And he's also got 798 wickets overall in his career, so just 2 more for another big landmark.
Holland runs in, bowls, and Charlesworth is forward in defence. Well, according to the Met Office, in around 10 minutes' time, we're going to be covered. We shall wait and see.
We can see it coming. Like a grey curtain, a heavy grey curtain, extending down towards Saffron Lane is heading our way.
Holland bowls, again too wide of the off stump. That is not going to interest Ben Charlesworth. Shoulders, arms. A reasonable amount of supporters have stayed despite the bad weather around. Holland in and bowls, and that's too far down the leg. And it's helped on its way down to fine leg by Charlesworth, who's running hard through for 2. Josh Hull had a bit of work from fine leg to run around, collect the ball, throw it in, and that's good running. A couple of more onto the Gloucestershire total, 8 without loss.
Springsteen, who's listening in Italy, says it's with a smile, it's raining in Positano. Good to know. It's going to be raining here soon, Springsteen, that's for sure. Leicestershire probably won't mind that.
Holland bowls again, another one left alone outside off stump by Charlesworth. At the moment just looks to be angling the ball away from the left-hander, just across him. Can Holland get one to nip back in from that line? He is looking for that magic delivery. I wonder whether this is the initial setup. Holland bowls, and that one a little bit straighter, defended by Charlesworth, back down the pitch. Watchful start so far from Gloucestershire. Do have a very big lead. 148 they lead by. It's still all 10 wickets in hand. Holland in, bowls, and another solid looking defensive shot from Charlesworth off the front foot. End of the over. Gloucestershire 8 without loss. What do you reckon then, Richard? Maybe 280, 290?
Yeah. And that it's got to be enough to tempt Leicestershire to go for it.
Yes.
Maybe 260. I'm not sure how much more cricket we're going to get, but today, that is. But I mean, obviously, that will affect what they're thinking, really. What we do get actually today. Wright is in from the Bennett end and bowls. Just has to adjust at the very last second there, Joe Phillips. Just little twitches. Perhaps the ball just deviated slightly off the seam. Blocked it competently enough. Looks around him. Stretches his back a little bit. Moves into place. Slips go down, hands on knees as Wright is in and bowls. Again, short of a good length. He's not bringing Phillips forward. He can stay on the back foot and be a little bit more comfortable as he blocks that defensively out towards Masood, who's at that wide-ish mid-off position. Is it Masood out there? It's Holland, I beg his pardon. Where's Shano? He's down at third man. Logan van Beek is now coming out of third slip. No, says Holland, and tells the Kiwi to walk back. Perhaps he was just walking forward to offering some advice. Perhaps he's seen a little flaw. Right in, bowls again, a little bit shorter of a length. Yes, it jumps a little bit at Phillips, and he flinches slightly, just twitches slightly as he manages to keep it down, but might just have caught his right bottom of his right glove a little bit. He's taken it off, and he's not shaking his hand or anything, but again, is Wright quite quick enough to justify that sort of length? We're kind of surrounded by rain, but it's not raining at the moment as Wright is in and bowls again short of a good length, and again Phillips can get up and just guide it carefully with a bit of extra time out towards Budinger at point.
A difficult ground to sort of see if there is any drizzle. Trying to look over to the trees on the far side of the ground, or the electronic scoreboard. There might be a few spots of rain in the air, nothing more than that.
Right, bowls outside off stump, a little bit too wide. Phillips lets it go through. What is the forecast for tomorrow? People keep asking me. What is the forecast for tomorrow?
Let's have a look.
I don't think it's good, but Nikesh has got a serious piece of radar on his website, on his computer at the moment, so he can give us a tolerably accurate one. Brunty says all right in the morning, rain in the afternoon.
Yeah, morning looks okay.
Right is in. Bowls outside off stump, shape away, but too wide to persuade Phillips to play. Hamish, they probably need 60 or 70 overs to bowl us out, so they better push on soon, Gloucestershire. This is kind of what we were saying. Surely it's raining now. It looks filthy. Umpires are having trees have disappeared in the distance behind a curtain of rain. It's about 100 metres on the other side of the ground, I think, and the players are coming off, so it is starting to blow in on the wind. And we are done for now at the Uptonsteel County Ground. On come the covers, 8 without loss. Gloucestershire in a wonderful position as, yes, here it sweeps in now and everybody legs it. There we go, folks. Gloucestershire in a wonderful position. Oh my word. Quickly shuts the window before we all get soaked, and the players are actually running off now. Ground staff coming on, and it suddenly looks like the last trump out there. Grins from the players. It's all lit up by the floodlights, that's why. But 148 with all 10 second innings wickets in hand, but the amount of play that's going to be left in the game is going to be severely limited. I'd be surprised looking out there now if we play again today. It is, you know, oh, here we go, folks. I don't know whether you can hear the rain hitting the window, but it is absolutely pelters now, and the covers aren't even on in full as yet. The ground staff are going to get very, very wet indeed, and they look kind of resigned to their fate out there. They're still walking around knowing they're going to get very, very, very wet. But it could be a really interesting day. Well, it will be an interesting day tomorrow. Will it be the day that Leicestershire's promotion is confirmed? We don't know, because of that little collapse. Not so little collapse.
We hope so. We hope so. As Richard and I have followed Leicestershire for so many years, we certainly hope so. But look, another home match next week as well. A couple of more matches left in the season. It looks inevitable, but until they're over the line, I think there will still be a few nerves. But look, if Gloucestershire decide to make a game of this and try and push for a victory themselves, which they kind of have to, then you never know, we might have a result in this game, because just looking at the forecast for tomorrow as well, most of the morning looks absolutely fine up until around sort of 3:30 in the afternoon. So we have got every chance of getting a lot of cricket in tomorrow. I'm not sure about the rest of today. The rain is easing just a little bit, but still coming in, sort of blowing in with the wind from left to right as we look onto the ground. And well, I just guess we wait and hope.
Theoretically, there are 55 overs left to be bowled today, but we will start losing those straight away, essentially, and obviously the 96 tomorrow. So if we have any more play, or if once we know whether there's going to be any more play, we will of course let you know. But for now, we shall switch off, have a cup of tea, and await developments. Thanks for your company in the meantime. But Nikesh and Ed and myself will be back with you just as soon as there, as I say, as there is any prospect of the players getting back out there. Bye for now.
Pete, you've extended your deal into next year. It's obviously been in the works for a while, but what made you commit your future to Leicestershire?
Yeah, it's a pleasure to be able to come back to Leicestershire next year. I think what I've enjoyed most about Leicestershire is the club aspect, the team aspect, and it's more than just what is happening on the field. There seems to be a genuine love and concern for your family, you as a person, and just being good people and being a good squad. So it is something that I really want to be a part of, and something I'd like to keep going for as long as possible, because both myself and my family are really enjoying our time here at Leicestershire.
Unfortunately, your stint this year is over. You head back to Melbourne, but with promotion in touching distance, I'm sure you'll be watching on from home.
I'll definitely be watching the games from home. With the jet lag kicking in, I'll be making sure that I'm tuning in. But on the season so far, the boys have played beautiful cricket, and we've been judging ourselves on our processes and not necessarily the results. So put our results to the side. Had we won or lost or drawn, I think what's been really pleasing throughout this year is that we've committed to the way we've wanted to play. It has been entertaining cricket, but it's been relentless and ruthless, and that's kind of something we really wanted to try and do this year.
It would be a special way, wouldn't it, to round off the season for all that hard work if the team can get over the line and you can come back as a Division 1 player?
Absolutely, to come back as a Division 1 player and a Division 1 team and club would be something pretty special. Obviously, there's still a little bit of work to do with the final 3 games coming up, but the boys are in a really good place, and sort of like I've said already, it's just we'll be judging ourselves off what we do in terms of our processes, and hopefully then that the results take care of themselves.
You're 3 years into your stay now. I think after what started as sort of a 5 or 6 game stint, you're very much part of the fabric here. Has Leicestershire got that feeling of home now for you?
Yeah, it's been the longest 6-week contract I've ever had, but it's been amazing to be part of Leicester. And each time I come back, and each time my family comes back with me, we start to find our homely things that we want to be a part of, and we're immersing ourselves in Leicestershire off the field as well, and little Jack's growing up around here, and we're finding some pretty amazing things to do, and massive thanks have got to go to the club for allowing us to have this opportunity and to be able to play for Leicestershire and represent the Fox the way that I have. It's been a special time in my career.
You've witnessed a remarkable rise in the competitiveness of the side over that 3 years, across formats. What do you put that down to?
I don't think you can put that down to just one thing. I don't think a club just gets better or a team just gets better because of one thing. I think there's been multiple changes that have helped the club. Obviously, off-field stuff in terms of what Sean Jarvis has done for the club has been great, allowing us us being the players to just focus on the cricket. Obviously, Alfonso and James Taylor have come in and steered the team and the squad in the direction they want to go. Claude Henderson has been incredible at running the cricket side of things and getting the squad and the people in the squad that he feels and the club feels can take us in this direction that we want to go. So you put all that together, and then the players start believing in themselves, and we start putting performances on the board, and then all of a sudden that snowball effect starts to take on, and the confidence I think in the squad has been pretty special this year.
And if you look at your averages, I think across first class and list A cricket, both above 50. So what's got the best out of you here?
I think what I've loved most about Leicestershire is that it's really allowed me to just enjoy my cricket on the field. by taking away a lot of the stresses off the field. There's been the club has been amazing at looking after my wife, looking after my family, helping us off the fields, which allows me to turn up and just play cricket. That's one aspect that's helped me play better. The training facilities here are arguably the best that I've had in my county stints throughout my career. So being able to actually work and train in an environment where you can figure out new things and how you want to bat, and you can actually tell whether it works or not because the wickets are good and the training block's good, and the coaches are facilitating what we need. That helps massively, and then also to the coaching staff, the facilitation I think has been incredible between getting what I need, but also allowing me to have time off when I need it to reset and let my brain calm down a little bit and let the body relax and then get back into cricket.
You arguably need that rest for your brain as well, because you've taken on the captaincy in 2 formats this year. It's a very familiar responsibility to you, but how enjoyable has it been to skipper this side?
It's been very, very enjoyable to lead these boys. But I've been very lucky. I obviously taken the reins after Healy for a couple of years, and I think what Healy started to build was something pretty special off the back of the One Day Cup win as well. He started galvanising this group and getting it stronger and getting them to believe in themselves, and then I've been able to come in this year and sort of just work on top of that. But this group's getting to a stage now where they're running themselves, they're captaining themselves, they know what they want to bowl, they know what fielding positions they want. So it makes it a lot easier when the group and the squad starts to really understand their own game.
And looking ahead to next year, we've had a quartet of new recruits so far, and we've got the young guns of Rayan Ahmed, Josh Shaw, now Alex Green as well in that mix. So how exciting is the blend of youth and experience that's coming together in this squad?
No, really excited for the squad next year. And this goes back to Claude again for doing this hard work off the field to be able to get us a squad where we do have these young, youthful players, exciting cricketers. The sky's the limit. And they're already playing or have played for England. And then the experience that's also coming into the side, but the experience within the Leicestershire squad as well is just growing each year. So it seems like everything's trending and tracking in a nice direction, and hopefully next year is just another chance to build on all the good work we've done this year.
And just finally, I'm sure this extension will come as very welcome news to the fans, always flying the flag for the team and for yourself as well. What's your message to them?
The fans are incredible. I reckon we've got one of the best fan bunch in the county competition. They're happy to travel to all corners of the UK to come and watch us, which I think is incredible. But more the positivity. Every time we talk to them, they come up. No matter what's happened in the game, the positivity from our fans is something that's pretty special, and it feels like we've got their backing, we've got their support. No matter what's going on, they're going to be cheering for us. They're going to be singing for us, and that's pretty special to be able to walk out in front of.
Pete, see you next year.
Thanks, mate.
Finds the gap, and that'll do it for Amy Jones. Back-to-back hundreds. Is it a chance? No, it's all the way. And another one-day international 100 for Tammy Beaumont. England take the second one-day international here in Leicestershire. 143-run win. Finds the gap, and that'll do it for Amy Jones. Back-to-back hundreds. Is it a chance? No, it's all the way. And another one-day international 100 for Tammy Beaumont. England take the second one-day international here in Leicestershire. 143-run win.
Claude, it's been a busy time of the year for you, so how big are those 4 editions that we've had signed and sealed over the past week or so?
Oh, it's great news for the club. The team's done well this year. We're pushing for promotion. That will be amazing news, and it's also very important that we keep building and strengthening our squad, looking at the future.
So talk us through that process, when the groundwork kind of starts for these signings and how those conversations transpire.
Yeah, look, you first try and work out what you need. Those discussions, it's not just myself, it's coaches, analysts, and we make a call on what do we think the future looks like and what's best for Leicestershire County Cricket Club. And then you deal with agents, and you start conversations and make contact and see who's available, and then you look at those names. And the names we've signed, we've looked at their history, we've looked at the characters, we've looked at their performances on the pitch, and it fits the bill for where we're going.
We'll start with Ben Green as one of those signings. He's been an integral part of the 4-day stuff in the past year or two. So how big a signing is it to have him for all formats?
Oh, it's fantastic. He's loved playing for Leicestershire. He's fitted in so well in the dressing room, and he's a very popular player already at Leicestershire. And it's great news that he's going to be with us for the next 2 years, covering all formats.
And obviously, we've seen him in red ball cricket. We know how formidable he can be in that arena, but also in white ball cricket, his record is fantastic. I think he's helped Somerset to 4 consecutive finals days. He's won both limited overs trophies with them. So a player that can add something in every format. Yeah,
I'm surprised he's not in the 100. He's a match winner with the bat and the ball. Hopefully Leicestershire gives him that platform to show what he's really worth and deliver in T20 cricket, and if not in 100, play for us in the 50 over comp.
Another familiar face is Josh Davey. Obviously had 1 game with us in that 2023 season, a very experienced campaigner. What will he add to the group?
A lot of experience, as you said. You know, his real skills really white ball cricket, which he hasn't played much for Somerset, and we know what he can do with the red ball. But again, great character, very hungry to deliver. His career actually started quite late. We look at his age and we go, oh, fast bowler, but he's still a young bowler if you don't look at the age, but the amount of cricket he's played. So good addition to the squad, good bloke, comes with good skill, bat and ball, and really exciting.
And Johnny Tattersall, a promotion-winning captain with Yorkshire. What excited you about his abilities?
Just his character again. Johnny, you know, of course he's a backup keeper for us, but he will come in as a top order batsman or middle order batsman. He's shown he can do that in all formats. Good character, really hungry to do well, and he wanted that opportunity, and that really stuck out for me was the eagerness to come and prove what he's really worth, and Leicester's given him that opportunity.
And last but by no means least, Stevie Eskenazi, a man approaching 10,000 career runs across formats. How big a coup is that for the club?
Great again, experienced batsman. He's going to compete to get in that top middle order in 4-day cricket, and again white ball cricket he's done really well, and good bloke. He was a leader at Middlesex as well, and I really see him fit into our changing well.
And that seems to be a trend, across the editions, is the leadership theme. We've seen Green have experience with Somerset in white ball cricket, as I mentioned, Johnny Tattersall with Yorkshire to promotion, and as you mentioned just there, Stevie Eskenazi with Middlesex. Was that an intentional prerequisite?
I think it's a bonus. It wasn't intentional, but it is a bonus to have leaders in the changing room. It shows their maturity, their cricket knowledge, their understanding, working with players around them and staff. So it's a big plus.
And they all obviously come in at an exciting time of the season. 3 out of the 4 of those in Tattersall, Eskenazi and Green will be joining us on loan. So how big will that be for September?
No, brilliant. It's an opportunity for us to bring him into the club, get familiar with the players, the staff and the club, and really important and great time for us. September, exciting time, probably the biggest month this club's seen for over 20 years. So hopefully it goes well, and we just try and add value and make it worth our while.
Just finally, I know the phone never stops for you, so how will those conversations continue now with additions maybe overseas, and how will that look for next year?
Yeah, look, we're still indecisive on what we want to do with the overseas scenarios, and this time of year individuals do pop up, names do pop up, and you've got to look at it, and obviously I'm running a tight budget, but at the end you've got to do what's best for Leicestershire County Cricket Club, so it's exciting times.
there's movement, late movement from around the wicket, and Barker has an early wicket. Rishi Patel just feeling for the ball outside off stump and feathering it through to the wicket keeper. Yeah. Well, that's Buddinger's game. He's had a quiet start. Tries to go leg side, but only skies it as far as backward point. And there's risk and reward in the way that Buddinger plays. It does come off from time to time, but on this occasion it doesn't, and Hampshire have a second wicket. At last, the ball finds the middle of the bat. Yeah, I think it's carried. Excellent catch. Oh, close, yes. Up goes the finger. And the Fox is in all kinds of trouble here. They're 4 down now. Barker has 3.
Original decision is out. Pitching outside off. Impact in line. Wickets hitting. Go back on field to James.
Good bowling, good on-field decision.
Oh, there was glove there. There was glove. The Fox onesies came in handy. And that is the shot of the day. Shot.
Drives this one slightly over tossed and just gets hammered down the ground by Kimber. Edge this time, looking for the drive again. And number 5.
Come through the youth system. Have to hurry, have to hurry. Have a look. Yeah, just going to have a look.
Okay, just roll that through. Thank you. I've made my decision for the big screen.
Oh, that's a big edge.
Nice shot, nice stroke. Short boundary and that'll go all the way.
That's very nicely played by Harry Swindles. Really well played.
No slip, understandably. There's the... Very well played, Harry Swindles. It won't go to the boundary, but it will bring up 50. And with the team in real trouble, that is very controlled, it's very measured, and it's exactly what his team need. Dragged down again, really pushed hard into the surface. It just sits up.
One-day final. Unfortunately, the batting early on was poor, but not of late from Evans and Swindles. Swindles with 70 and now Evans with 50.
Well, that will help. Add half a dozen to it. It's gone high and over. A wideish long on. Oh, be careful, careful. Out towards deep backward point and taken. Straight down the ground, and that'll do it for Harry Swindles. What a magnificent time to bring up your maiden list 100. Coming in at number 8, his team in all sorts of bother. And he has shone for the Leicestershire fans here this afternoon. Dump. Gets it wrong. He gets it wrong, and Swindles down towards long on. They should come back for 2. They will come back for 2. Swindles will finish this innings 117 not out. Leicestershire will finish 267 for 7.
Again, beautifully tucked off the pads by Gubbins, and that will go all the way for 4. And that one will go away as well. Beat the infield here, and invariably you get 4. shot. High quality from Middleton.
Yeah, that's easy for. Got to be quick. Direct hit now. This could be close. This could be the breakthrough that Leicestershire have desperately wanted. The ricochet off the stumps has allowed a second run, but umpires will be taking a look at this.
They just roll that through. That's a short.
Yeah, just brilliant bit of work from Mulder, and it kind of felt that it needed something brilliant in the field. It's looked pretty flat.
Straight through, Mulder. And the Leicestershire tail is up. That's well cut away. Quite close to the body. Lovely shot. Don't bother running for that. Little bit of width and the angle. Might change now. It does.
Original decision is out. Pitching in line, impact in line, wickets missing. Go back to Graham on field. Graham, I have to get you to change your decision to not out. You're on screen now, signal not out.
Well, advances down the wicket, gets that one away over. Can't get that one though, and it will race away behind point and beat the fielder. Width and hit hard behind point. That away with the reverse sweep, and it'll be 4. And then you get a nice drive that goes past and all the way down to the boundary for 4.
Oh, gone. Good catch, smart catch, because he was close there. Beaten for pace, high on the bat, splice of the bat. That's pretty authoritative. Still a good stage for a young player to show off what he can do, and Tom Press taking the opportunity here. Oh, the extra ball does it.
Big shot, big outcome was
Joe Weatherly.
What a catch! What a catch! Oh, that is quite superb. Will Davis, the sub fielder.
Ball's carried.
Field.
Gets wide, and that's the one he couldn't afford to bowl. Oh, brilliant. Extremely cheeky. And goes again, the man's interested, and the man has taken it. Oh. Magnificent. Absolutely magnificent from Liam Dawson. Oh. In the air, and taken! He's done it! He has done it, Josh Hull! Oh. He does! Hull is the hero! That is absolutely incredible! Leicestershire win by 2 runs. Colin Ackerman in his final game for Leicestershire in one-day cricket.
Finds the gap, and that'll do it for Amy Jones. Back-to-back hundreds. Is it a chance? No, it's all the way. And another one-day international 100 for Tammy Beaumont. England take the second one-day international here in Leicestershire. 143-run win. Finds the gap, and that'll do it for Amy Jones. Back-to-back hundreds. Is it a chance? No, it's all the way. And another one-day international 100 for Tammy Beaumont. England take the second one-day international here in Leicestershire. 100.
Claude, it's been a busy time of the year for you, so how big are those 4 editions that we've had signed and sealed over the past week or so?
Oh, it's great news for the club. The team's done well this year. We're pushing for promotion. That will be amazing news, and it's also very important that we keep building and strengthening our squad, looking at the future.
So talk us through that process, when the groundwork kind of starts for these signings and how those conversations transpire.
Yeah, look, you first try and work out what you need. Those discussions, it's not just myself, it's coaches, analysts, and we make a call on what do we think the future looks like and what's best for Leicestershire County Cricket Club. And then you deal with agents, and you start conversations and make contact and see who's available, and then you look at those names. And the names we've signed, we've looked at their history, we've looked at the characters, we've looked at their performances on the pitch, and it fits the bill for where we're going.
We'll start with Ben Green as one of those signings. He's been an integral part of the 4-day stuff in the past year or two. So how big a signing is it to have him for all formats?
Oh, it's fantastic. He's loved playing for Leicestershire. He's fitted in so well in the dressing room, and he's a very popular player already at Leicestershire, and it's great news that he's going to be with us for the next 2 years, covering all formats.
And obviously we've seen him in red ball cricket. We know how formidable he can be in that arena, but also in white ball cricket his record is fantastic. I think he's helped Somerset to 4 consecutive finals days. He's won both limited overs trophies with them, so a player that can add something in every format. Yeah,
I'm surprised he's not in the 100. He's a match winner with the bat and the ball. Hopefully Leicestershire gives him that platform to show what he's really worth and deliver in T20 cricket, and if not in 100, play for us in the 50 over comp.
Another familiar face is Josh Davey. Obviously had 1 game with us in that 2023 season, a very experienced campaigner. What will he add to the group?
A lot of experience, as you said. His real skills really white ball cricket, which he hasn't played much for Somerset, and we know what he can do with the red ball. But again, great character, very hungry to deliver. His career actually started quite late. We look at his age and we go, oh, fast bowler, but he's still a young bowler if you don't look at the age, but the amount of cricket he's played. So good addition to the squad, good bloke, comes with good skill, bat and ball, and really exciting.
And Johnny Tattersall, a promotion-winning captain with Yorkshire. What excited you about his abilities?
Just his character again. Johnny, you know, of course he's a backup keeper for us, but he will come in as a top order batsman or middle order batsman. He's shown he can do that in all formats. Good character, really hungry to do well, and he wanted that opportunity, and that really stuck out for me was the eagerness to come and prove what he's really worth, and Leicester's give him that opportunity.
And last but by no means least, Stevie Eskenazi, a man approaching 10,000 career runs across formats. How big a coup is that for the club? Great again. Experienced batsman. He's going to compete to get in that top middle order in 4-day cricket. And again, white ball cricket he's done really well. And good bloke. He was a leader at Middlesex as well. And I really see him fit into our changing well. And that seems to be a trend, across the editions, the leadership theme. We've seen Green have experience with Somerset in white ball cricket, as I mentioned, Johnny Tattersall with Yorkshire to promotion, and as you mentioned just there, Stevie Eskenazi with Middlesex. Was that an intentional prerequisite? I think it's a bonus. It wasn't intentional, but it is a bonus to have leaders in the changing room. It shows their maturity, their cricket knowledge, their understanding, working with players around them and staff. So it's a big plus. They all obviously come in at an exciting time of the season. 3 out of the 4 of those in Tattersall, Eskenazi and Green will be joining us on loan. So how big will that be for September? No, brilliant. It's an opportunity for us to bring him into the club, get familiar with the players, the staff and the club, and really important and great time for us. September, exciting time, probably the biggest month this club's seen for over 20 years. So hopefully it goes well, and we just try and add value and make it worth our while. Just finally, I know the phone never stops for you, so how will those conversations continue now with additions maybe overseas, and how will that look for next year? Yeah, look, we're still indecisive on what we want to do with the overseas scenarios, and this time of year individuals do pop up and names do pop up, and you've got to look at it, and obviously I'm running a tight budget, but at the end you've got to do what's best for Leicestershire County Cricket Club, so it's exciting times.
Maybe you'd want to be taking those ones. Half chance there as he comes back into Buddington. Chips one up, the next ball straight to mid-wicket. And he falls for one.
For Rory Hayden, successful one so far. No runs and a wicket. But that one's flicked away into the leg side. It's going to be a chase for. Third ball, Dell comes in. And that's played with soft hands by Foxes fans. Would like him to put on a show. That's flicked away off the pads very nicely. Third ball, Aitchison comes in, and Lewis Hill, stepped down.
Backward point. As that's a lovely shot by Hill. Just works it into the mid-wicket region. Will it go all the way for 4? It's trickling.
Too nicely, but Dowling again, there we are. He's forced it over the leg side, Rishi, and beats deep square for 4. Your angles are usually a lot finer than they would be elsewhere. Anderson in the go, slightly short, and Rishi Patel, absolutely, he's in for his last ball again. Chapel, it's full this time, and driven Lewis Hill just slightly back, and
Patel just works that into the deep mid-wicket region.
A carry of momentum really as Rishi Patel decides to sweep this one. Wasn't quite there lengthwise to sweep it, but he...
Chapel comes in, that's cut away again by Rishi Patel, and he times that perfectly.
Through the square leg side as he's in again to Patel. Actually, it's a great shot as we see the field change from Moore.
You'd know him better than I would. Clever shot there by Rishi Patel, waiting for the ball to come to him. It's well fielded there by Anuj Dal. at the third man. He was inside the circle, chased it back, and Rishi Patel comes back for 2, and that will take him to 50. His first 50 of this tournament. Fourth ball for Anuj Dowell. Cut away nicely by Lewis Hill. That will race away for another boundary.
Smashed through point as it goes full this time, and Lewis Hill, slightly less trademark for Lewis Hill, but possibly not for a par score. But if Lewis Hill keeps batting like this, as he sweeps 1 for 4 now, moves on to 72, so possibly caught a bit of an unlucky patch there as Anuj Dowell's in. It's full, it's over the offside, wide of mid-off by Rishi Patel.
Down there, I even saw someone in a Somerset top, not a dog, but something of note as Patel goes over the top. It's going to go all the way, that's 6.
As Anderson comes in again, it's a full ball outside off. It's a slower ball, but Lewis Hill, as you say, dropped his hands. Late decision to pull away, but he bowls a back of a length ball outside off. As I say, trademark Lewis Hill, cut shot.
Just manoeuvring his deep point slightly more backward. So he goes in again, and he's pulled that straight to the man at mid-wicket. Heartbreak for Hill. He puts his bat on top of his head.
Aitchison in. Short ball this time, and let's be honest, you can't bowl a short ball like that to Shan Masood. We know how good he is on the short ball. Morley in, drops it short. It's not massively short.
Masood on strike now and goes to the big sweep, and that's going all the way to the boundary.
Bringing in Shan Masood, who's now a runner ball pretty much off 15, but as we see there, the aggression from Rishi Patel drops short again.
Into the final 10 overs, they'd be really looking to get that a lot higher. Slower ball. Patel goes over looks to go over the top. Hanscom goes through his usual routine as he clips that over the top of mid-wicket. That's dissected the field. A little bit of doubt in his mind there. Runs in past the umpire once more. Short. Masood goes over the top. He hasn't got all of it.
The Foxes with that single. And that one is an under edge of the bat.
Inside edge that goes for 4 as Chappell comes in again. Hanscom this time makes himself room and gives you an idea of what the outfield's been like today as Cox goes for a huge slog sweep, and that's gone all the way. That's 6, maybe even a 10. What a shot from Cox. His first wide of the day as he goes short, and Cox goes again. That's another slog sweep for Derbyshire as Hanscom uses his feet, gives himself a bit of room and
forge out a career for myself.
That's a lovely shot, but as he got all of it, Whiteley, who's got his hand in the air to keep the sun out of his eyes, and Travaskis has a big heave. It's over the top of the short third man. Just didn't quite get hold of it. Cox goes again. It's over the top. That's fine. That's the way he wanted to hit it before. Aitchison comes in for the final ball of the Derbyshire. Digs it in short. Travaskis calls it through. And they get through to the other end. That's superb running there. Cox just lifted on him. I think he's probably looking at the umpire saying, was that not wide? But that ends the end of a, wow.
As he steams in now to Harry Kane. And he misses leg side, possibly.
Earlier, I'll tell you what he said after Mike's final ball of the spell as he bit of width and Caleb Jewell down on one knee.
Passed wide of mid-off as Ian Holland's in for his second over, 4th of the innings, and it slightly straight, clipped off, and was in the back of my mind as Ian Holland misses short and wide outside off there, and Harry Kane back foot punches it to the boundary. Ben Mike full on the legs, clipped away for 4 again. Just missing his lines a little bit, Benny. His lengths have not been bad at all. And a square cover in there as he hits it straight through the middle of all of them for 4. As he comes in again.
Oh, that's an outside edge.
That's Ben Mike in again, and it's full straighter this time, and Harry Kane clips it out to the leg side. And
Walker coming up in a second as Mike finishes his 4th over, and that's straight down the ground. That's a lovely shot. Mid-on gets there, but just
Jadeja, Virat Kohli and Shardul Thakur as in Holland again.
And that's lovely. That's a lovely shot by Kane.
Travaskis will continue from the Bennett end. 2 overs so far, none for 5, but make that 2.1.
3 balls left in this over from Travascus as he's in again. And he's got the wicket. Looks to have turned Wrexham player, Danny Ward, actually from Wrexham. But Scriven full outside off. Bowls, it's leg side. He's going to be pushing for 2 here. Harry Kane, I think he's going to get it. It's in the leg side. And a good piece of fielding down there by fine leg and deep square as Lewis Hill flicks it up to Ben Mike to throw it in. But 50 comes up for Harry Kane. All that part of the game has gone worldwide, which I incline to agree with as the boundaries are brought in.
As Kane chips one up to mid-off and he's gone. Looked like the ball may have just stuck in the pitch and Kane hold tidily without a wicket, and there he's got his wicket for the game as Green comes in. Montgomery gives himself space, he's over.
There's Mike charging in again. That's top edge. No idea where that's gone. Matt Montgomery and the appeals, and the finger goes up. Ben Mike has his wicket. It's been coming.
Oh, is it not Pongalay? I've always said Pongalay. Oh, it's pulled away for 6 off Ben Mike as we're in terms of the economic world. As Alex Green gets a wicket, LBW, Martin Anderson.
Catch it is the call, and it's caught at third man. Guest falls for 33.
We've not really seen that other than Ben Mike as Alex Green goes full and Anuj Dal.
Full ball and they go up and the umpire slowly raises his finger. That's another wicket for Green.
Dahl moved across early and flicks that one all the way towards the cow corner boundary, and it will go all the way for 6.
And he goes straight and misses his Yorker this time, and Chappell puts his hands through it straight and it goes for 6. Mid-wicket in the ring as Dutchie comes in, he bowls a perfect Yorker, Zach Chappell.
In comes the bowler and he digs that one out. There's a fielder out there and he takes the catch. Brilliant catch. Is that Liam Travascus out there? I couldn't quite tell, but a big wicket, and guess who delivers? Alex Green once again. That's punched away and taken again! Brilliant catch! Saul Budinger!
That's as Tom Scriven comes in. It's a full ball and it's cleared over the mid-on boundary for 6. Zach Chappell. Tom Scriven's in. It's a good length ball. And it's run out. It's a tie. Well bowled, Tom Scriven. He's done so well to come back from the start of the over there. Zach Chappell with an unbelievable charge. He's bowled a good ball there. It's come off the thigh pad and Ben Cox quickly from behind the stumps retrieves the ball, rolls it over to Shah Massoud at the stumps.
as Holland charges in, and Latkin came down the track and hit that straight back over.
In this competition so far as he digs it in short, and that's another inside edge.
Of his over. That one tucked away by D'Oliveira, and is that going to race away to the boundary? It is.
How well the pace-off bowlers will do today as Scriven comes in to D'Oliveira, who's onto the front foot, and that's a lovely shot. That's going to go all the way for 4. American viewers as well as Scriven comes in, strays onto the pads, and
as Scriven comes back in for his 5th ball. That one finds the outside edge, and that will race away to the boundary.
Green comes in again, and that's a genuine edge.
As Tom Scriven charges in again, this one straight back past him.
Green comes in as this is whipped through mid-wicket. Green comes in, and this is flayed over the offside this time. Again, another short delivery.
Wow, that has been slapped.
D'Oliveira waits again. Fuller ball, and that almost carries to Budinger at backward point. White comes in, and D'Oliveira just reverse sweep coming out from D'Oliveira, and he's going to beat the man in the ring, and that's another boundary, and that brings up D'Oliveira's 50.
He's been hitting it all over the place.
And this next ball's lofted over mid-on.
Doing the duties there. This one is played away over onto the leg side.
Patel comes in, and this is swept, but it's missed. Laskin's missed it. The umpire's finger goes up. He's out LBW, and a much-needed wicket there for the Leicestershire Foxes. 4 ball to Kashivali, who's just driven that back.
Fine leg to Green as D'Oliveira onto the front foot once again, and as I've said a few times so far, that today and this pitch so far is because of the weather that we've had, and that just beats the outside edge.
He's got him.
He's got him stumped.
As Green comes in, and D'Oliveira creams this through backward point. 3 list A100s as well to his name. As he comes in again, D'Oliveira on strike. Play through wide mid-on. And he's gone, Libby's gone, caught and bowled. For a second there,
Leicestershire have just brought themselves back into the game here as D'Oliveira works that up to long on, and that's 100 for D'Oliveira off 99 balls. 300 plus as Scriven comes in, and just slightly short and wide. Will Rishi Patel get there? End up supporting the Rapids as Scriven comes in again, short, and D'Oliveira is down the track and miscues it straight to Hanscom.
In comes Tom Scriven now. 2nd ball, that's punched away off the bowl into Rob Jones, and that one is punched away brilliantly off the back foot past the umpire. That's cut away again brilliantly.
My accent there, given the long on from the long gone, and
as that one is pulled away fantastically.
Mrs. Patel found out, and Brooks misses out on the reverse sweep, and he's given.
Round wicket again. Down on one knee goes Rob Jones, and he pulled that away fantastically as he comes back in again.
and Cullen this time.
Halfway through the over now. In comes Green again. That one was a full toss.
As that looks like it's a slower ball, or an attempted slower ball, but it's bunted through the offside. In fact, it's a no ball. But either way, that'll be Jones's 50. Scriven in again. Outside the off stump, and that's a nice shot.
Over the wicket now, Ian Holland. That one is hit straight from the Bennett end.
In he comes, and this is played. Scriven in again. Cullen this time driving uppishly through the offside.
He tried to hit it. Goes for it again this time and connects way better. In fact, he's connected with it so well.
Through that area.
An easy two through the cow corner region if that's where he's aiming. Instead he's going straight down the ground. There's a fielder on the road. And this could be a big total. As he gives himself room again. He hasn't timed this one though, Rob Jones. Masood underneath this one. Takes the catch. And a very good innings from Rob Jones comes to an end. I don't think we will as Patel comes back round. This is flicked away off the pads and that will race away for 4. And that takes the over total to 8 now from the over. Last ball then of the 48th over. And coming down the track, Shan Masood is in play again and he makes the catch again. Safe hands from the Pakistan Test captain. Huge win for them.
So this next ball is flipped up to long off. In fact, it goes over long on.
4 balls to go in the Worcestershire innings. Bowled him! Rishi Patel has a maiden list A 5-wicket haul, and he has absolutely deserved that. The severity of the injury we'll have to see later down the innings as Rishi Patel chops on to his stumps, and that is not the start that Leicestershire needed.
As this time there will be runs, there's going to be 4 of them.
The Leicestershire innings is underway as Gibbon returns from the pavilion end, and that one is turned around the corner nicely by Lewis Hill as Gibbon charges in again. That one cut away much better by Lewis Hill, and that will run away for another boundary.
It's going to be Allison again from the Bennett end. And that's a simple catch to cover Budinger.
The anchor role for other big scores.
Faces up again and plays this through backward square.
3rd over. That one drifting onto the pads and flicked away by Lewis Hill. There's a chase on in the outfield. This outfield is rapid.
Allison bowls a very full ball, which Cox does well to dig out. 3 slips in position. Allison strays down the leg side. Allison in, and this is driven through the offside. A nice shot through the covers.
Ben Gibbon again continues, and that is a glorious drive from Shan Masood. Masood on strike again. That's at bottom edge, and that will race away for another boundary. Shan Masood getting away with this one. And now that one, he's flashed away. Will it reach the boundary? As Waite charges in again, Masood will flick that one down to fine leg, and he will make it 250. It has been a very good knock from Shan Masood.
This time Cox strikes it through the offside. It's not going to beat the man in the deep, but they'll come through for 2 runs.
All sorted now. D'Oliveira comes back. Scriven comes down the track. Has he got all of it? There's a fielder on the rope. It's gone over him, and that is a maximum.
Now, punning, that's a bit Yorkshire sounding if you say it like that. Is Mike goes big, he goes all the way.
As Waite charges in again, slower ball, that is hit with some power into the Guinness bar. In comes Allison for his 3rd ball. And Mike tries to hit that one out the ground. There's a fielder on the boundary and it will go over him. Another maximum. Mike shimmies across again. Big heave down the ground. Will it go all the way? Yes, it will. It's a straight off as Mike swings that way. And it will fly over the rope for another 6. Last ball of the day. It's a slower ball, wide outside off stump. The Leicestershire fans want a wide. The umpire doesn't give anything. And that is the end of this Metro Bank One Day Cup Classic.
we'll see that a bit later, as this is short and it's our first boundary. Ryan Patel just sat up for him, and he's pulled that off towards the crowd, and there's a third man lurking. Burns is forward, outside edge, and it's been picked up at second slip. Low down, it's a nice bit of bowling from Holland. Just pushed hard at that, did Rory Burns. What a delivery that was from Chris Wright. Sound of a siren, and that's driven firmly by Ryan Patel, and that is a way through the covers for 4. Short ball, Patel is whipping this off his hip. Yeah, don't bowl there to Ryan Patel, and well done in the crowd to avoid that. Patel, short, wide, off the top edge, flies over the slip cordon and down to the third man boundary rope for 4. Big shout for LBW, that's out. That looked out. Nicely bowled by Holland, just gone stump to stump. Patel, straight back down the ground, that's 4. Nicely played. So we've had 2 proper cricket shots there. And full face of the pat.
Oh, edged and gone. It's taken Green just 2 balls to get into his work here, and he's nicked off Ben Folkes. That's a third Surrey wicket to fall. He went with the fuller delivery. Oh, that's flown off the edge, and that will be 4.
Well, I say that, and that's a big full toss. That's been slapped away for 4 runs. That's 4 more. Short from Patel, 4 from Ryan Patel, and 50 as well for Surrey's new captain. He loves scoring runs in this competition. Short pulled. That's a big one. 6 runs from Ollie Sykes, and that's hit a tree and dropped into the crowd. Full and sliced away behind point. Sykes might get 4 for that, and he does. Really fast hands. Out. Goodness me. Well, Ryan Patel doesn't like it. He doesn't think that's carried. He's asking the umpires the question. Leicestershire is celebrating, and it looks like Ryan Patel's going to have to go.
Shot. There you go. Exactly what Jeremy Coney was talking about. Slightly over pitch, and Ollie Sykes. Majid, of course, with his left arm spin, so he'll be key. As this is short, that's cut behind square by Blake, and that'll be 4. Off towards Dapjune Wharf it goes. Green starts the 30th over. Again, he's going short and wide there. That's the 50 for Ollie Sykes. And it's been a nice knock so far from this young man. Shadow of a doubt. That is very short, and it's stuck in the pitch, and Ollie Sykes has looked to pull it through it far too early, and Chris Wright takes a simple catch at mid-on, and that is a real shame. Josh Blake as his first ball from Green. Oh, he could go here. He's looked to pull a ball that wasn't that short, and Cox has done pretty well there behind the stumps because it went straight off the top edge. There's Taylor on the hat-trick ball from Green. Yeah, he's gone short. Oh, and it's hit him in the unmentionables, James Taylor.
Edged, caught, and gone. A 4th wicket for Green, who's been so impressive this afternoon. And a 7th wicket falls for Surrey. Oh, that's out. Barnwell just fails to get his bat down in time. It rolls off the face of the bat, bounces before the stumps, and clips the bails on the way through.
Finals last year.
And there we do see that risk. Blake goes to reverse sweep. And Green has to set off. Oh no, goodness me. Well, he can't do everything right today. That's 4 runs. He's been absolutely superb with ball in hand, but he's mistimed his slide there. Well, that's 4 more. Well waited on by Yusuf Majid. And after playing a beautiful cover drive, the ball before.
So Holland to continue. Oh, has he found the gap? He has. That's an excellent piece of placement from Blake. Short of a length. He's been impressive. 4 for 25. Oh, this could be number 5. Pulled out to the deep. And there it is. 5 wickets for young Alex Green. And that's the end of the Surrey innings, 174.
Cut some, well, it was aerial for a second, but then in the next second it was gone past the boundary. Barnwell out on the rope, all he can do is go and retrieve it. Cut away, and that will be 4. We'll have a flash of the blade by Bunger, and his first boundary of the afternoon takes Leicestershire into double figures, and from the railway end. And that is hit over mid-off. And Bunger, well, he's arrived. I told you, Jeremy, I told you he can play some fun shots. Short, pulled, that's high, and that will be 4. He lands maybe a foot inside the rope. That's down the leg side, it's a loose ball from Taylor. And Patel's able to just help it on its way. That's the first time that Surrey picked up. And it's 6. For a second, Yusuf Majid thought he was in the game. Driven, over cover, and that'll be 4. It's a beautiful shot from Patel. The French is having a difficult introduction to the professional game here. And he goes again. Same ball, same result, 4 runs. Patel.
And very difficult.
4. That is cut incredibly powerfully by Bunger. Change of angle, but the same result. Goodness me. Well, Nathan Barnwell at backward point. Full credit to him. Well, he goes for the heave. And he finds the gap. It skips over the crowd into the Portaloos. One of the lesser seen shots. Well, that's straight. And that's 6. Bunger's decided he wants to go now, and he's punishing Surrey. A 4 and a 6 this over. Oh, out. It's a wicket. Alex French has his first professional wicket. It was a wide delivery. Bunger went to cut, but could only just toe the ball. And Cameron Steele in the covers took the simplest of catches. Starts with a boundary. Just short of length, and Masood capitalises, and well fielded in the deep by the security guards. That's forced behind square, and because this outfield is so quick, that'll be 4 more as well. Both Nathan Barnwell and James Taylor are sprinting off after the ball. Big appeal for LBW, given. A really fine spell of bowling from Majid. 5 balls in a row where he beats
June Wharf, who brought their flag as well. Oh, hello. That's in the car park. My car's somewhere near there. That could be on. Oh, yeah. That's straight on someone's roof. That isn't my car, but that is straight on the roof. People sat the nets down there. Is sweeping his help. He's got this fine. I think this will run away for 4. French won't get to that. It's off to. Oh, well done, madam. Off towards the marquee there. Yeah, just threw his hands at it, really. Oh, here we go. He's going down towards the Portaloos. Oh, be careful in there. And well ducked, sir.
Cry of catch, but he's played it well behind square, and that's going to spin and kick on past deep backward square. Not full and flighted, and this will be 4. Bit of a gift outside the off stump. Peter Hanscom says thank you very much.
Just angle it in straight, maybe spin it back.
Swept in the air. Is it in the gap? Yes, it is, and I think it's gone all the way. Stewart out there at deep square. Oh, and there's 6 of them. Pulled effortlessly almost by Ben Cox. Dismissive stroke over wide mid-on. Bit of a drag down from Cam Steele, and full toss into the deep, and that will be that. Back-to-back maximums from Ben Cox. Finish off a dominant Leicestershire Foxes victory. They get home by 6 wickets inside 30 overs.
Squire. What time is it? Get it in a minute. Oh, apparently we are live on. Let us see. Well, good evening from the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester. We, I suspect, are just as surprised as you are to be talking to each other or listening to us. We are about to resume here in the East Midlands. The umpires have decided play is possible from 5:30, although it is pretty gloomy out there and the floodlights are on. It isn't currently raining, although it's threatening. And, oh hang on, and we are going to have 11 overs. I say hang on because the umpire is telling the groundsman to go over to a particular spot and broom it. I don't know, just get the grass standing up, and now they're bringing the rope around it, and there goes the... Oh no, good work by the groundsman, who's getting applause from the Leicestershire faithful for standing in front of behind the little pile of sawdust and then whipping the rope out of the way as it comes around. So, well, they have a bit of ground to make up the ground staff. Not, I hasten to add, in terms of the work that they've done today, but because of one particular incident earlier today, which has amused my colleague Ed no end. So you're going to dine out on that for a while, aren't you?
Superb. Well, it's just another one, because you do collect these little things over the years as far as crazy things you've seen at the cricket, and that's another one of them. This has been one of those seasons where we've had a couple of things like that, but liberal spraying of the Gloucestershire kit occurred earlier on, in case you didn't hear us there. The blotter, despite having vast acreage to choose to empty its contents, decided to choose the one particular area where there's only a couple of yards, well in fact, yeah, maybe about a yard and a half between the boundary rope and the advertising boards to start with, so it would have been a strange place to choose. It was in exactly that spot where Ben Mike tried to leap and take a catch off a top edge off Graham Van Buren's bat in the first innings, so it's not as though that area wasn't being used at all, and never mind the fact that Gloucestershire had decided to leave their kit there. I gather that some of the helmets can then not be used, is what I was told, because it got damp. So anyway, it was quite funny when it was happening.
You sort of had to be there, but it was kind of funny and embarrassing.
You can surely picture the sight of somebody spraying a hose over the top of your team's kit bag and then staring at it as Graham Van Buren and the Gloucestershire coaching staff were not sure whether whether to laugh or admonish. But anyway, the stumps are going in, so that's a good sign, I guess, as far as play is concerned.
That's the voice of Ed Seaborn of BBC Radio Bristol and Gloucestershire. I'm Richard Ray from BBC Radio Leicester, and as I say, we're hoping to bring you 11 overs, but the grounds, the sort of head groundsman is gesturing away out there. The umpires are with. What's he calling for now? Something isn't quite right still. Something is needed out there. It is only 17:27 on the scoreboard, so they've got 3 minutes before the official starting time. But he's... Oh, hang on, what's he...
Yeah, it doesn't want that. Whatever it is, he doesn't want that.
Don't do whatever you're about to do. Don't do whatever you are about to do.
Don't drive the tractor forwards, drive it backwards back toward the covers.
That's the little orange tractor with the covers, or half the covers, that actually go on the pitch. Now the two umpires are staring somewhat suspiciously at the exposed part of the pitch. We ought to give you the score at this stage. It's been a great day of what cricket we've had for Gloucestershire, because they managed to bowl out Leicestershire for 342, a lead of 140. They've added 8 to that so far in a matter of 4 overs. That is Joe Phillips and Ben Charlesworth, 4 and 3 respectively. I'm pausing because there's still Paul Baldwin is signalling to the players saying, "Yep, we're ready to go now." The bowlers' footmarks look suspiciously dark to me. I don't know what you think, but
dark, yeah, because the problem was that the rain. I don't think umpires could have got them off any sooner. It's just that it went from 0 to 60 in 2.5 seconds. They had absolutely no warning as far as how heavy it was going to get in such a short space of time, and you can't go off in the anticipation of rain. So they didn't have any other choice, and obviously with the time that it understandably took to get the covers on, the pitch got a real soaking even before they could cover it. So yeah, I can't imagine that it's going to be the nicest running in for Leicestershire's bowlers, but equally, as far as the match situation goes, they've got a new ball in hand. It's floodlit, it's cloudy. You would feel that there's still got to be the thought, if we do get a full day in tomorrow, that in Leicestershire's mind that actually if they can nip 2 or 3 out tonight, then who knows tomorrow. You'd have to say the forecast is still not great, but I guess you've got to try. And you did wonder whether we might see Josh Hull in these conditions, and we're going to.
And we're wondering that because it's not in Leicestershire's interest really to play much cricket over these 11 overs or whatever it is, however long they're going to take. And tomorrow, the overall situation is that if the game at Lord's, as now looks very likely, ends in a draw, then all Leicestershire need to do is to draw this game and they will be promoted. But it is far from certain. Hull then from the pavilion end. Tall left armour is in over the wicket and bowls onto the hip of Ben Charlesworth, who very competently, calmly and comfortably turns it off his hip down towards deep backward square and takes a single. John Tattersall, Leicestershire's new signing from Yorkshire, on loan until the end of the season, at which point he will become a permanent Leicestershire player, or at least begin a 3-year contract with Leicestershire, is out there at the moment, which begs the question, who isn't? Looking around, I'll try and work it out. Hull turns, casting shadows from, well, a little bit of sunshine actually, bowls to Joe Phillips, who gets up on his toes to a short ball just outside, short-ish ball just outside off stump, and guides it equally calmly, comfortably and competently down towards third man, where Lewis Hill is fielding.
That could be a sort of coaching mantra of yours.
Calmly,
comfortable,
comfortably and
competent. That's what the Richard Ray School of Batting will get you.
Hull was taken off in the first innings for a couple of beamers, is in and bowls slightly short of a length. It's lively stuff, and Charlesworth again deals with it, just stands up tall, drops it back down the pitch on the on side, little turn of the wrists.
It was the most remarkable smorgasbord from Hull in the first innings. 11.5 overs, conceded 79 runs, bowled 11 no balls, and yet took 3 wickets, blasted out Joe Phillips with a Yorker to break a 50-run opening stand for Gloucestershire in the first innings.
Turns, runs in past umpire Baldwin and bowls outside off stump, goes through rather low, allowed to do so by Charlesworth into the glove of Cox behind the stumps. Big sporting family, the Hulls. Josh's brother, who's also a very good cricketer but an even better rugby player, was on the books at Northampton Saints, and he's just signed, or very recently signed, a 3-year deal with Brive.
Oh right.
In the top quality French rugby, first division, whatever
nice part of the
they
world.
call it, but yeah, a nice part of the world. if you're not getting battered by horrible French forwards. In goes Hull and bowls very full outside off stump. Had to reach for it a bit, Charlesworth, and ended up rather steering it, jamming it out into the offside. But this is what he's chosen to do for a, hopefully, very good living. So good luck to him. Another former pupil at Stamford School. I don't know which would be scarier, seeing him coming towards you with a rugby ball in his hand, or being stood at the other end while Josh is steaming in with a cricket ball in his hand.
It's easier to run out of the way of the cricket ball rather than the person.
Hull is in and bowls. Nice line, nice length, but Charlesworth seemed to have a lot of time there just to lean forward on off stump and play a textbook forward defensive out into the offside. End of the first over post resumption. 2 runs from it. Gloucestershire now lead by 150.
Yes, my rugby coach at school, when I was still forced to play it, did say of me that if I were as good at finding the ball as I was at running away from it, I would have been a fine player. So it's Van Beek who's been given the honours from the Bennett end. So a couple of new bowlers for the innings for Leicestershire. Holland and Wright bowling 2 overs each pre-resumption, but it's Hull and Van Beek post-resumption, so I guess they're 2 quickest bowlers on. Van Beek can certainly get some movement as well.
Sorry, just to slightly change the subject, but there's a very funny P.G. Woodhouse story about rugby and the dangers thereof. The ordeal of young Tuppy, I think it's called. I'm just imagining you
Tuppy, yeah,
Glossop.
Gosh. Here's Van Beek in to Phillips, and that's tapped away to point, and there will be no run.
I think he's inveigled into playing for the local sort of village side, and is targeted in his harlequins or whatever it is sweater for by the local toughs.
I haven't come across that one, but I can imagine the characters that would have been involved. Major Plank as well, is he in that one? Because I think he's one of his rugby-loving characters anyway. It's a bizarre world, that. 2 slips in place. Van Beek into Phillips, and he's beaten as that one leaves him. Jags away, seemingly from our angle anyway, but it certainly caused Phillips to go probing after the ball. Couldn't find it.
Have we worked out who isn't on the field or from the starting 11? That is yet.
No.
2 openers are out there. Holland, who went in at 3, and he's the captain, of course.
Van Beek bowls. Phillips is a bit squared up by that one. Plays it out to backward point. Where's Ben Mike?
Mr. Masood, is he out there?
Yep, he's at backward point. Does he know that's Budinger there? He's on the boundary at deep.
Is that showing underneath
point,
the floodlight over there?
I'm not sure I can see Ben.
Well, is down there.
Mike.
It looks like Ben, you're right.
The cloud, I'm afraid to say, is rolling in. We had the briefest of sunny spells. Van Beek bowls. Phillips on the back foot is able to stand tall as he is. Play well on top of the ball into the onside, and there's no run.
Tony B71S on the stream, he's worked out that the highest possible points total for the team, for any team in the second division to finish 3rd, is 199, because that's presumably Derby and Glamorgan draw. They have to play each other, so they can't both win their last 2 games.
Van Beek bowls, all that bounces, and Phillips has been caught painfully somewhere. I think, is it on the glove? Yeah, he's taking that right glove off. That really did hit something seemingly and spat up at him, and that's not something that we've seen so far really. We've seen the odd ball keep low. Sol Budinger's dismissal in the first innings was 1, but if it's going to start to do that, then perhaps Gloucestershire would be even more inclined to declare.
Well, good evening to listeners on Sports Extra as well as Sports Extra 3. You're welcome to join us at the Uptonsteel County Ground. I'm sure Kevin has given you the situation. It's very gloomy and dark out there, and I wouldn't fancy facing the bowling in these conditions.
No. One ball left in this second over post resumption, and Van Beek bowls the delivery almost on the exact same length that's just struck him a blow, but this time it doesn't bounce quite as exaggeratedly as the last one, so Phillips able to get on top of it and defend. Gloucestershire are 10 without loss after 6 overs, and they have, oh dear, the umpires are coming together already. It doesn't take much, does it? I don't know whether the Gloucestershire batters, you see Ben Charlesworth is staring at the umpires. I'm not sure whether that's a stare to say, come on, we actually want to play here, because it is Gloucestershire that need to play, because if they have any outside chance of getting promoted, it's wins that are the only currency for them. So, and you know, they've got this 150 run lead now. They want to stay out there, but they might have to take a few blows to do it.
Josh Holt, tall left arm quick from Leicestershire, is bowling from the pavilion end, bowls fullish to Ben Charlesworth, who leans forward and blocks it out into the offside. Yes, it's one of those situations where you think, well, 11 overs, the openers don't have much to gain, but actually Gloucestershire do have something to gain in this situation. The odds are that we won't get 96 overs tomorrow, according to the weather forecast. You never know, of course, but the odds are we won't. They lead by 150. They have to win this game. Absolutely have to win to have any chance of promotion. It's a long shot, but if they do win, they are still in the game. Now, Paul Baldwin is walking up to Ben Charlesworth. He was hit in the ribs by that delivery, I think, as much as any. Phillips was hit in the ribs, wasn't he? It was Park Glove, I think, and they've taken them off. After all that, how many overs have we had? We have had 2.1 overs, and the light now is bad enough to take the players off. So, well, that is frustrating in so many ways for everybody, really. The ground staff who worked so hard to get the ground ready for these 11 overs. And Ian Holland is out there talking to umpire Paul Baldwin. Ian Holland is Leicester's acting captain in this game. He's staying out there. He seems to want to continue out. Well, you made us wait all this time. The conditions haven't. It has got a little bit gloomier, hasn't it? But it was pretty gloomy to start with.
The question is it more that why have you made my bowlers have to get up for what was only ever going to be a couple of overs there? Is that maybe what he's saying, as much as we wanted to stay out there? It's why did you put us through all that only for such very little gain? Gloucestershire have scored 2 runs. They could be the 2 runs that matter, but you know, the umpires got some play on. We gave it a try. That's it. I called it.
Yep, you will have heard that announcement. 2.1 overs, 13 deliveries was all that has been managed in the end, and as Ed has been saying, just the 2 runs added. So, well, we could have an absolutely fascinating day here at the Uptonsteel County Ground tomorrow. It could be, maybe will be, the day that Leicestershire win promotion for the first time in the county's history, 22 years after they were last in the First Division. Started in the First Division, I quickly add, but then were relegated and haven't been back since. I think it's starting to rain again as well now. You can see it in the trees, so that is definitely that. Gloucestershire, as we were saying, have to win. All Leicestershire almost certainly have to do if the match between Derbyshire and Middlesex ends in a draw, and at the moment it's a one innings game with just one day to go at Lords, and we do not know what the weather's going to be like down there. That's likely to have an impact. So if that game is drawn and Leicestershire draw this game, they will be promoted. Gloucestershire have to win, so presumably at some stage they will declare and set Leicestershire a target and dangle a big carrot. You would guess so. It would be what would
make the most sense. The annoying thing about the forecast is that if it would rain in the morning and then it cleared up, then you would know exactly how many overs you were playing with, whereas Gloucestershire have got to make some sort of an estimate, not only as to how many runs and how many overs they want in terms of setting something up, but also how many overs are they actually realistically going to get in. And it would be easy to miscalculate, but equally, if you miscalculate, I don't think you've lost anything either. So I wonder, I'll obviously be talking to somebody to see if I can grab hold of them through the rain, and we'll see whether they can clear anything up as far as tomorrow is concerned. But it's frustrating for Gloucestershire, because they played some great cricket here, not just with the bat to score that 4-8-2, but also to respond when it looked as though Leicestershire were charging towards that Gloucestershire total. And then the second new ball, well, removing Shan Masood just on the stroke of lunch was the catalyst, but then the way that they used that second new ball was excellent. I think they've been pretty good with the ball, even when it was 320 for 4, but they got their rewards more so with the newer ball, which was providing some more life. But it looks as though it's going to be a bit of a frustrating one, and they could end up losing a match that actually they've controlled. But such is the situation. It's September, and they've got to give it the best shot that they can.
So hopefully you can join us tomorrow here in the East Midlands. We'll be with you bright and early, whatever the situation. 10:30 the game is due to start. Fingers crossed that is the time it does start. But for now, from myself, Richard Ray from BBC Radio Leicester, from Ed Seaborn from BBC Radio Bristol and BBC Gloucestershire, and from Nikesh Rugani, who was with us earlier in the day, seems like a long time ago now. Nikesh will be on his way home. Hopefully, as I say, we will be back with you tomorrow. What could be a really fascinating day's play. But for now, from the Uptonsteel County Ground, it's a very good night to you all.